Oh, there you go.
Hey there. Ah, look at us.
Okay, now exit that. Let me make sure sound sounds good.
Look at us go today. You
Ready
heard?
to start talking?
Okay. So this is a match versus Cash and Drew. They're gonna play for
Yep.
2 grand. Yep.
It's on.
Cool.
Thanks, guys. Okay, you can exit that now.
I was trying.
Get the exit the front one.
Gotcha.
Yeah. There you go. And then you're gonna have to pull up interact back up. Hey, I got it to work.
That's insane, boy.
Yeah, sorry. And then you're going to interact. And then pull that over.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. We're back on track now with Cash Lance and Drew Cruz. Drew has won the first game. We can go over the rules of the match here. So it's a race to 18, 10 ball. Winner breaks with a 3 foul rule in play. And that's about it. 10 ball lasts each rack.
Um, why isn't my charger working? Yeah. Well,
Let me know if you guys need anything.
It's not playing nice. It's not working.
It's not working.
Charger.
Oh. Try on this one.
Oh, okay. I thought I stole this one off the desk. I think it's plugged. I'll go get my other one out of the car later. This is the one that was up here that we normally use. So good.
Right. We had a failed kick safe by Cash there. Drew is running out. Doesn't want to be straight on this 4 ball. Definitely doesn't want to be behind the 10.
Well, you might see a little bit of it. Maybe.
Well, it looks like he's going for the jump cue here. Kind of has to just go all out to make this one. He's got a decent chance of getting safe, even if he misses it. Cue ball should be going down towards the 8 afterwards. See how he hits this one.
Nice clean hit. Oh.
Lost his cue ball here. So first real good chance for Cash, it looks like. I don't know what happened in the first rack. But pretty standard out here. If this 4 doesn't go by the 8, he'll just shoot it up table. Not too big of a deal.
Yeah. Wait, I think we're gonna try to do it here in a bit if we can.
Looks like it goes by this 8, so he's just going to draw back maybe a ball. Doesn't want to be too flat on this 5 ball. He could also stop it, but we'll see what he likes for the angle.
Oh, Tyler, you obviously know Drew's Fargo. What do you know about Cassius?
Cash is 620 right now. It says 616 on there, but I don't know Drew's Fargo.
Cassius 620.
Also, Drew has less Fargo than Cash. Surprised by that.
You're surprised by that?
Yeah. Drew plays better than that. Than a 590. That's a good chop there. Kept a nice angle on this 6 ball. I can just.
Nice come off, nice off the rail. Get around that 9 ball and be set on your 8.
Yeah, that was the biggest shot in this rack for sure. Getting good on this 6 ball. Didn't like that shot. I'm surprised he just went back and forth there. But I do feel like with this camera angle, I'm being tricked by the angles a little bit, just by the look of the table. Just a little distorted. So it might have been closer angled to the side pocket than I thought. This will still work. It's just a little bit more touchy from the 8 to the 9 here. Not bad there. Just would have liked the opposite angle, but he'll take this. I would just probably stun this, and then go towards the same side pocket as he shot it. He decided to draw it. Good shot there. Nice clean run to tie it up at 1-1 here. Cash is prepared for this match really well. He says he's the happiest about how he's prepared for this match than any other one he's played. I know he was up at my house for like 2.5 weeks. We went to a couple tournaments, and he practiced like way more than I did. It's tough to have 2 people practicing on one table, especially when we are both working on different things. But he definitely has put in the work for this match, and he's put in a lot of work on this break. So this is a break that I've worked on a ton, and all it is, it's a pop break, but with high instead of low ball with power. So you're able to hit it with a lot less speed, and with a square hit, you can like really, really control where this 1 ball goes. So and also the 2 second ball, which is the 5 and 4 in this case. See that? Even he hit that one kind of bad. He crossed it to the other side of the rack, which is like what you don't want to do. But even with crossing it, that 1 ball still tracked up to that top left corner pocket as we're looking.
And it's nice to see your 10 ball really didn't move. So nice open rack, clean table, it'll play out of.
So good
7 ball
overall.
dropped. That's a little bit of a save.
That's a good save there.
Swing probably want to start to keep in mind. Try and play a safe game. Is the 3-foul rule being in effect with it?
Right. Yeah, there will be a lot of safeties in this match. I feel like.
Yeah. Well, Robbie, it's Riley Yermasak and Ty Blowers commentating tonight.
Should be good. Adam King was. Cash was wanting Adam King to commentate, but there was some miscommunication, and Adam ended up making different plans. But I came down anyways.
It's good to have you on the mic, though. Very well known pool player and very good on the table.
Yeah, not so good on the mic probably.
No,
but
you're fine. You're doing good. Hi, Greg. Figured you were on here.
I'm just not nearly as funny as Adam King, unfortunately. I'm too analytical.
I don't think anyone is.
That was a good shot there.
Come around.
That was a really pretty shot. Now he's put himself in a good spot for this wreck. Just drift up past the side. Just a straight low ball. I don't put any outside on this. I just drag this up the table.
So you can tell Nina and I have been doing this.
What's that?
So you can tell Nina and I have been doing a lot of this.
Oh yeah.
It's our little specialty fun thing.
Yeah, I haven't watched too many of these streams lately. Do you guys commentate a lot of that, like formatted matches kind of deal?
Yeah, so we do the Friday night fights, anything that they want live stream or done. We did the women, so like on Saturdays, and they did like the UJ match on Saturdays, like 1100, 1200 below. And usually in the finals, we'll put them on live stream to watch and do a little commentating.
No, that's cool. It's a good setup here.
It's nice and back in the corner, able to watch it all.
Good shot there. He wasn't worried about the scratch. If that was a little inside. Just pinched the corner a little bit more than he wanted to. Now he's got to make a
little bit of a cut here. Try to slice it over.
good, a nice smooth stroke with low. And he'll just float this in the top left as we're looking. Oh, maybe not.
He's looking to cut the other way. So I would try to cut it up towards your 6 ball, your cue ball, trying to go that direction to get over here to your 5. Looks like he's going to try to go the other way around it.
Right. He'll be playing it safe here with that cutting goal. Yeah.
So mad.
Didn't get behind the 6, but I believe Drew. I don't know too much about Drew's game, but I believe Drew will be banking at this towards the side pocket. Obviously, you probably know his game a little bit better than me.
Oh. This is definitely where you're trying to think about if you want to play it as a combo, play it as a save. It's kind of in that spot right now where you can probably bank it back, but it's looking like he's calling a pocket. Yeah. Nice bank.
I called the other side pocket. It's kind of difficult, banking it towards that one reel like that.
Especially on a table like this and where you set, you're kind of in that middle range where you're trying to find your direction, also set your cue ball in the right spot. I think if he tried to just do a one bank kick up into that other side pocket, he wouldn't have set himself as well onto
Right.
it,
Yeah,
onto
that's
his
why
ball.
that's definitely why it was tough to hold the cue ball. So Cash is at the table here. He's not going to try for too much here. He'll just really try to put all of his energy into making this ball. If he just leaves himself an angle on this 6, he can go down table again. I was looking at even going forward just to try to guarantee the make on the 5 ball.
Yeah. I don't think it'll take 5 or 6 hours.
Cash plays a little slower, but
I think with the
But
pace
Drew
of play
plays
that they're doing right now is moving right along.
yeah.
We're only about 20 minutes into it currently, and already 2 matches in. A little bit forward on that.
Yeah, just tried to guarantee the pot on the 5 and try to leave him a chance on the 6. He was always going to have an angle, so he just figured might as well leave himself a little bit more angle and just come down below. We'll try to go in between the 8 and the 10 ball here and down to the bottom rail. But this is a difficult shot.
So I would have played the 5 as either a stop or draw and try to draw it back a little bit
Right.
instead of chasing it.
Good shot. How confident is he queuing right now? Got rewarded too. Didn't want to bump that 8, but I mean, he all out for the shot there, really. He'll go get his extension.
Getting some Wyoming people on the chat. Yeah, especially with a large playing on a big table like this, you gotta really think about where your cue ball is landing yourself at. If you can even switch hands, or if you really are gonna need extensions, or even a crutch to help you reach, especially right now.
Right.
So far down, you don't want to really lose control of your cue or the ball. Oh, I would have. See, that's where we were talking about earlier. Is trying to leave your cue ball maybe a little more towards your center of it, or even a little farther back, just to kind of help yourself, especially if you're having to reach like that.
If you guys don't want to, come keep you
Alright. Got a little fortunate there. Got a long reach and he missed the ball on the way in on that thin cut. Got fortunate not to leave Drew a great shot. I imagine Drew's gonna thin this. Just thin it barely on the ball. He tried that, yeah. But he put outside right English on there, and with that softer speed, it can get away from you. Just grip a little bit too much, and by the time you know it, it's already gone.
Nice attempt though, trying to get his cue ball all the way on the other end of the table.
Yeah, and he did. Yes, it is Ty. Dane. Diane, maybe. I am here just for this. I haven't put my cue together. That's not true. I played at Cash's house this morning, but see if Cash can take advantage of his good fortune off of that one.
This is where you gotta determine how to place yourself. If you're gonna go back around or bring yourself back.
He'll probably draw back. Nice smooth draw shot. This table's playing really nice. It's not too slick, but it's just the right amount of worn in to where you can just do whatever you want with the cue ball and be confident on your shot.
Nice bouncy rails.
All right, 2-1. Elsie Lance. Share the stream, guys. We got 56 viewers. Should be able to keep that for this whole match. This is a good match. Cash is maybe the premier player trying to improve his game from Colorado that I know of. I don't know anybody that's working harder than him.
That's definitely a good match for both of them, especially getting up and coming for larger tournaments. The Midwest is coming up in about a week or
Is
so.
Drew going after that?
No, he's actually going to Oklahoma City for the 600 and below tournament. YOLO, what's up?
Yeah, Cash and I were going to go out to that Midwest thing, but Cash said Cash decided not to, so I decided not to as well.
Is it Des Moines, Iowa? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I hear quite a big Colorado people are going out there though for it, and it should be pretty good tournament itself. So this is a good match between each other. Get to play two very strong players in Colorado play each other, as well as get ready for some larger tournament matches coming up this summer and fall.
Right.
It's Especially it's nice though too. I think playing on a big table sometimes can challenge a person a little bit more.
Yeah.
Work on your angles a little different and definitely change your control of the game.
You can make those wing balls like you wanted, those second balls. Those balls went high, so if I taught him correctly, he should the next rack he should hit him a little bit harder. Because if the second balls are going high, you want to hit the rack a little harder to push them down a little bit. If they're going low, you can hit them softer so they'll drift up table more.
So have you been helping Cash? Have you been his coach lately?
I would say Sam Vidal. She is in his corner right now. She's done more on like her style of coaching. But I've probably been around his game a little bit more than Sam. So
Yeah.
like
You
I
can
know his
understand.
game. What's that?
You can understand his shots and what he's looking at a little better. See the trajectory of play.
Yeah. So we've done a lot of work. Cash and I. So
Looks like he's trying to figure out how he wants to set himself on that 3 ball, especially with that 4 ball sitting right on the side of it as well.
I think he'll probably just stop this ball. Just stop it and play for a 1 rail bank. And 4 balls right over the pocket. 5 goes by the 7. So it's just 1 bank away for this rack. It seems.
Yeah.
Unless something position-wise happens. But
Nice and easy. Playing as a bank.
and with this angle, he'll probably just stop this ball, not play for the side. I imagine. Oh, he drew it.
Oh, it might keep rolling.
Oh wow!
It still went. Oh, but he left himself around that 7 ball though. That's a little
Yikes.
tough. But I think if you kick off this top rail right here, try to come up towards it.
Yeah, he'll.
Hey Jen.
It's like fortunate and unfortunate.
This is where if you kick it off the rail, you have to worry about the cue ball spinning with the 4 ball into that pocket though. That would be my concern, is worry about the spin off it.
Yeah, he just definitely wants to make a good hit, and with these kind of hits, you want to play it at a speed to where you could get safe, because it doesn't go in all the time when you hit
Oh,
it.
he just missed it. Just barely too. Definitely was hard though, being on top of the 7 ball, really having to.
Yeah, tricky little out there. He needed to make that bank to really give himself a good chance. But like I said, if he would have just maybe taken the shot on the 4 ball down table and played a stop shot on the 3,
Yeah.
it would have given him a little bit easier bank on the 3 probably.
See, I was kind of looking at the same thing too, trying to get your cue ball almost to where it is now currently, just to get your 3 over and then come back to it. Definitely is a hard shot though. I think he probably hit it a little wrong, got a little lucky that it dropped, but still.
Right.
Maybe he was hoping it wasn't
Yeah, he
going to.
probably was hoping after he got behind that 7 that
It was
wasn't.
going to save itself.
He'll probably just draw out, stay on the top side of the 6. Really standard out. They discussed the rules. They just said, I was there when they discussed the rules. They just said that
No early
the only
turns.
racking rules were 2 and 3 on the corners. So 2 and 3 on the corners are mandatory, and the rest you can do whatever you want. So both of these players may be employing a pattern rack, which that's good strategy. Playing with the bridge. Cash played snooker for like a year and a half, and even played in a qualifying snooker tournament in London.
Really?
And so he's really good with the bridge. He worked on it a lot when he was playing snooker.
I always think that's so interesting. It's so neat, different types of pool games.
he learned a lot from playing snooker.
I notice quite a bit of players say that they, especially coming from a snooker table, they play the game a little bit different. Their thought process, the way even their stance is to an average stance.
Because with snooker, you have to be technically sound to even have a hope. And when you have to be technically sound, it really transfers well to pool because the conditions are so much more forgiving than snooker. So we can just stop this ball and play the 9 in the side and go 3 rails. We stun it over a little bit, so we might be able to just play this with top, roll in the side, come off the top, or the top rail as we're looking.
To answer your question, Jeff, yes, Drew has a Fargo, and it is a 593. So he is just below cash at 620, correct? And so this is definitely a very good even match. Two very strong players, so it'll be interesting to see how they're practicing and they're going to perform, I guess, today. His first name's not Drew. That's Ruben. Yep. Yep. Ian.
Cruz has 1,900 robustness in Fargo rate, so still pretty low robustness. So he can kind of
Have a little more flex with it.
like it'll go up and down.
It's still a pretty definitely an established player though. He's been playing for a long time. It's very nice though. I think you look at when you're looking at Fargo's pretty often. I think they were telling me Tommy was actually that if you're below 100, you're not established, and usually about 500 is when it really actually starts to matter and count. Your average score looks about. That's a more guaranteed and average look as a player.
And like Cash is trying to up his Fargo. He wants to get to 650 this year, which is totally doable. With he has 1,600. He only has 1,600 robustness, so it's definitely a more fluent Fargo, and he can definitely do it.
Playing larger tournaments with a lot of higher level players. Because if I remember right, with Fargo, you have to beat a player that's a higher Fargo than you to go up in Fargo, or it's match style.
Yeah.
I'm learning Fargo. It's new to me still. It's
Yeah,
fairly new. I learned it.
It's a very strange system how they rank it. So Cash didn't he upped the speed just a little bit, like I said he would, but he still didn't make either of the wing balls, which were the 5 and 4 in this case, I believe. But he also crossed the cue ball again, and that was when you cross the cue ball, that tends to leave less energy into the 4 and 5, so they both went high again. Safety shot, putting it right behind the 10 ball. Good shot. I think he left him a 1 rail kick into this one.
Well, I can't stream it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought we were going to put it on TV. I was just going to wait till like when he came by, because I didn't know.
Right click on it and project. See if it works. Saying it's not.
It's not showing it. Creative projector source. Can you pull it up on YouTube?
Yeah, but it's not even catching that.
Is it plugged in? If you stand on a chair, I'm not getting into trouble.
I know.
Play another safety here. Try to put this cue ball behind the 8. 8, 10, 9 cluster. Safe play. gotten an opportunity at the table, and he's ran out twice now. So
Oh yeah, Matt, you were supposed to come down and play Drew. What was that, about a month ago? A couple weeks ago? Definitely have to reschedule that. I thought you guys were going to reschedule. It'd be great to see you two play as well sometime.
yeah, that'd be a good match. Matt got a 9-foot table earlier this year, so maybe even last year. So he's been working on that a bunch, I'm sure.
Yeah, I remember complications came up, so which is okay. Happens.
She speaks.
Well, because if I pull it up on here, it just shows it as creative.
Yeah, create a source. Okay, and then we're gonna cast, and then select that first one, and we'll see if it goes to the right TV. Yep, it does. Okay. That's cool. You're ready.
Alright.
Okay, now take that. Where's the projector? Oh, it didn't. Close that because it didn't project it. It's on you. Sorry. Seriously, sorry.
What happened to the wireless mouse?
It is.
It's like, oh, there it is. Now it is. You're gonna turn the HDMI back on.
There you go.
You're gonna turn it back on.
No, it's.
Oh, you put it on that TV.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
connected and I'm not gonna jump on the chair.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, let's not say we did.
Yeah.
He must have banked that shot in. I was gonna say that was his favorite shot. If he could have just played a stop shot and stopped it behind the two, one ball goes 3 rails. He's told me that's his favorite shot before, or favorite safety shot at least. Lucas, I might play the Michigan Open. I'm not signed up, but it is definitely a possibility. I haven't fully decided yet, though.
Lucas, you're going to the Midwest, right?
Matt, I'm going home tomorrow. This was just a 2-day trip, just to come commentate for cash.
Hey, Jen.
Missed part 1, got part 2 on that safety. If I was Drew, I probably wouldn't kick this too hard. From the few kicks that I've seen Drew hit, it doesn't seem like he's kicking to play safe necessarily. He's kicking to try to make something happen. Just kind of hoping. I'm sure he's calling a ball, and then just kind of hoping he gets safe.
This isn't too bad though. I mean, that 2 ball's a little tight to the rail, so like a well. Try probably play it as a bank. I don't know if you want to try to cut it over. It's a little too straight almost.
He'll probably go out of bank on this one, unless he just plays it thin off of the right side of the 2.
He might be playing as a bank.
Yeah, he'll just play it at
It's
bank.
nice being on this side of the camera.
Yeah.
See the cue ball control with it. Oh, nice try, but ended up setting. This is where this would be a little. This would be almost a run. All you got to worry about is your 6 and your 9 once you get to there. 2, 3, 4, 5, looking pretty nice and easy set up.
Yeah.
Just go into our pockets.
I think that 6 ball goes by the 9.
They look a little nuzzled to me.
It's close, that's for sure.
Oh,
These tight Piazzas tables, I believe these are probably 4 1/8, or a tight 4 1/4. Like with the cut that they've got here, if it's 4 1/4, it's definitely plays tight.
oh yeah, they are.
And they.
This is where you got to be on accuracy of shots, especially.
Yeah, Matt. Next time I'm coming through Rollins, I'll hit you up and we can play some pool. That'll be fun. Cash has some of the best form Cash and Adam King when Cash and Adam King both played snooker for a long time, and it really made them know what's up about the form. They're both very form conscious players. Right. I don't think he'll play this in the side. I think he'll probably play this in the corner and draw up like towards the spot almost. He won't get to the spot. Oh no, he's cutting it in the side. A little bit tougher to control your cue ball on this one, I feel like. Didn't make it. Got a little fortunate, but this is a very makeable bank for Drew. Drew's a very aggressive player from what little I've seen. And it's done him well. And sometimes with bar box, you definitely have to be aggressive a lot of times. And he's done well in a lot of big bar box tournaments. So isn't seeing the banks on this table so far. He's banked all three of them short. But he will adjust for that. Has another shot in the side here. He's just gonna play this with straight top English, and he'll probably play just roll it in off 2 rails and play for the 4 in the side. Yep. Good shot. Ideal.
They're texting me from back there.
Oh, really?
This is how relationships work.
Yeah.
I get to do this, he gets to do that. But I enjoy commentating. It's fun. I like to talk about pool. I think it's helped my game more than most people think to be able to watch great players like this and then kind of mimic it in a way and relate it back to the table.
Yeah, you'll definitely be able to learn what to do and what not to do
Yeah.
in some cases. I watched a ton of pool when I was coming up. A ton of 8-ball, bar box with Shane and Corey. And for anybody out there wanting to learn 8-ball patterns better, there are hundreds and hundreds of hours of 8-ball in like the old US Open 8-ball and like the US BTC 8-ball. And what you do is you just watch these really good players that you think play really good patterns. That's a good shot.
I'm watching Alison Fisher right now, the Duchess. I really enjoy watching her game of play.
She plays great.
She's my kind of style of player I like to mimic, and I mean it's nice. It's watching even pros; they still make mistakes,
Oh yeah.
and it's great to know. This is a very difficult game, and people are amazing at it. But even the best can still have an off day, or even still have problems, and it's encouraging to know that you can mess up and it's okay. Just learn from it. You're never going to be truly perfect at this match.
Right. No, oh boy.
Oh. Definitely didn't get enough bounce off the rail like he
He'll
was
be
hoping.
disappointed with that, but he's gonna play this thin off of the right side of the 6 or the 9-ball.
Try to get that cue ball nice and away.
Good shot there. Cash was just practicing similar shots to this.
Yeah, I was watching him earlier when he was doing shots. Sam was setting him up, and I know Drew's been doing that as well too here recently. I've been seeing quite a few players been doing that, setting at least one ball way down there under rail, or even almost nudging it to the rail,
Right.
and trying to either kick it or cut it in a way. So
Yeah. Because like in a professional setting, this is a very bad spot to be in.
it's a very common spot to be in though as
Right.
well. So
Yeah.
it's time to find your strategy with this, I think.
Right. A lot of players just go for the banks on these, but with how good people bank, and especially pro players, the banking to the other side of the table just like side to side, it's becoming less and less viable because it's not difficult to do, and there are systems to do it. But like people are just banking and banking to the pro side often. So one thing's for sure, you don't want to do that.
And that's a very common outcome of what this is going to look like. Or even maybe you
what
get
he's
lucky
trying
on
to do.
making it, but then what leaves you on that last ball?
Yeah.
Your leave is going to be also a problem with it.
I'm not sure what he's trying to do. I don't know if he was a little bit too far away from the rail. I thought to just try to thin it super, just super thin and leave it near where it was. Oh no! Oh, huge let off from Drew. That's not won't be good for Drew's confidence. But he hasn't lost the rack yet. This is not an easy out. Just gonna cut this in and hit above the side pocket, close to where he put his chalk. And just kind of take take what he gets on the 8, on the 10 rather. He's taking his time here. He knows this is a big opportunity because Drew had a huge opportunity to win this rack. So when that happens, you want to try to close out as good as you can. Well, Drew had 2 chances in this rack. He didn't end up getting it, so it turned into a big rack all of a sudden, even though it's only the 4th game.
Yeah. This is also Cash's second chance though as well too.
Right, for sure.
I think sometimes that happens though. I think they just need to relax, reset, almost in a way too. Is think about, you know what? Sometimes, I mean, this is very good, 2 very great players, but maybe just go back to the basics.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to overdo things here. Don't overthink. Just wait for your next opportunity. I don't know too much about Drew's mental game, but if he's got a good mental game, he'll just be waiting for his next opportunity. Won't let it get to him. Pretty fortunate from Cash there. He was only about an inch away from where he wanted to hit, but he just hit off both points and came out smelling like a rose for him.
I think with this especially, I think Drew always likes to mention short-term memory. Always,
Yeah.
just short-term. So once you need to let it go at some point, and this match, I mean, how fast they're going to be moving and how quick the sets go. It's an 8 ball, it's 10 ball. I mean, it's shorter. So you need to worry about just in general just keeping a nice short memory about it.
Yeah. There's no sense in beating yourself up about it. It's just something you gotta think of what you did wrong, try to fix it, and just move on. Share the stream, guys. I
Now we're
have a
on
feeling this is gonna be a good match, regardless of score. So Cash has crossed the cue ball twice and then under hit it once. So we'll see if he can not cross the cue ball. Oh, he hit it perfect. And the 3-4 or the 4-5 still went high, but he's getting that 1 ball fine and he hit that one square.
Okay, Ty, I guess you can explain this better to me. So in 10 ball, can you play as a push right off the bat, like in 9 ball? You know, you can play if you can't see the 1 or you get shape onto the 1 ball. You usually play it as your first shot as a push. Are you able to do that in 10 ball as well?
Yep. You're able to play push out after at your first inning or push out after the break. Whoever has first inning after the break.
Well, Mike, shot clocks are nice, but I know unless the guys agree to it or they truly are playing very, very slow, we've had that happen before. We won't add one in. they're not playing overly slow. He's not
Yeah,
playing too bad.
it's a money set. You know, it's not. You know, it's
We're not
we're not
worried about-
matchroom over here.
Yeah. It's not like we're worried about another table needing to get opened up or another
Yeah.
match game going. These two gentlemen have the whole back room to themselves currently right now. The other table next to them is empty as well, and we got chairs around it, so they just have a nice little private area for them, so they're able to relax, and they can play at their own pace. So if they need a break, they can take a break or anything like that. Try our best to help make sure they're good.
I just wish I was a little bit more entertaining. Or if they're playing slow, but good hit there.
I don't think you're doing too bad.
Don't have as many jokes as Adam King. Sorry.
There's not a lot of, can't do a lot of fun talk on here. You guys gotta make this interesting in the chat.
Yeah.
I like to talk a little bit of shit.
Ask us questions here. That was a good shot. Good hit by Cash. After a real good save by
It's like he is calling the 9 ball, trying to play as a combo.
That's one thing with this shot. The professional players nowadays will kick to play safe on that shot more
Okay.
than they would call it.
Yeah.
And they're starting to get more and more every year. Just
More
really
safe.
really good off at the jump kicks. In a couple years time, like it's gonna be a big deal to have a good jump kick game.
I think sometimes too, especially with this match, it doesn't always hurt to at least just call a ball, especially if you're gonna see it. Just even if it goes, and it'll be nice. And
Right. And even if you're playing a jump safe,
yeah.
it's likely you're gonna call anyway. Left this one here. He's probably just gonna bump into this 2 ball. Just play it nice. Yep. That's a good shot. It laid very well to just bump into that 2 ball. No, Lucas, I didn't. I'm sure the Filipino player played like a Filipino player. I'm sure he kicked just as good as all of them did. That's so
Philippines have
tough.
some great players out there. They're just
When you're getting all your safeties and you're just getting kick safe back, like it can be demoralizing. And it's happened to me. Like it's brutal. That's Joshua Filler. He has an underrated kick safe game. Like people think, yeah, he's the run out guy, but boy, if you pay attention, like he kicks safe so often, it is incredible. If this 4 ball goes past, he doesn't have to do too much with the 3. Yeah, looks like it must go past this 8.
they played it a little more over and could play inside.
Right. He was just a little flat on the 3. He could have still gotten there, and I assume he would have if he was playing for it, but maybe it doesn't go past the 8 and he has made an error. But we'll see.
I think he's gonna play for the side.
Yeah, so that.
Because I think it's a little too tight. He might, if he tried to play it all the way down the rail, it might be a little too tight off that 8. Might end up worried about hitting it and leaving the ball.
Okay. 4-1. Gotcha. Had a little mistake on the score. Must have missed the 2nd or 3rd game or something.
I thought we missed. I didn't think we missed one.
No worries. Sam is on the ball. All good. We also can't see Cash's point from here.
Yeah.
Pretty big miss there. I would have expected him to make that, and he would have expected to definitely make it.
Yeah, Drew's playing it. Cash is going on the side.
How Drew isn't going for this shot. He's playing it safe behind the 7. It looks like.
That shit worked out for him.
Yeah, he did good.
What are you drinking?
The same thing. She just put a cherry in my totem.
get a lime in mine. It's a lime in the ice. Yeah, I meant to get her attention, but I didn't want to like yell it.
I'll let her know.
Hey, stars, you know. Fuck it. I don't care. Never mind.
Yeah, that's for sure, Lucas. Like, I played him, and it was kind of nice because it took pressure off you in a way. And I had played some really great players in that tournament in Wisconsin. I played filler in the first round of the finals, and like it took pressure off me. I knew what I had to do. Like you have to play perfect or near, or you're gonna lose. Like it's just simple as that.
Nice try off Cash.
I hit square, trying to make that ball, leave an open pocket, which is unfortunate.
But you might be able to combo it.
He won't go for this combo.
Might play safe though. See, I would maybe try to just gently hit that 4 ball, play as a safe, get your cue ball, run the yard as well, again almost. Try to become behind your 9 and your 10.
Didn't hit that how he wanted to there. Cash will probably shoot this in. He may shoot this in the corner instead of the side because it's easier to get shape on the 5. But if he plays it in the side, he'll probably draw to the top long rail as we're looking, and just play it to 2 rail out of that top right corner, and shoot the 5 up past the 6 afterwards. With a level ball, maybe he's going into the 5, or maybe trying to go into the 9. That's a good shot. I didn't realize this 5 ball passed the 9 actually. Camera's fooling me a little bit, but that was obviously the shot in that case.
Go to the bathroom real quick.
All right. Play this with top outside. Just go 2 rails out of this top right corner. Threw it out of the pocket a little bit with that side. With that shot, sometimes I like shooting that with the top outside. But when you're going into such a shallow angle into the short rail, you want to put more spin on it to get out towards the middle. But with that angle, I may have just played that with just straight bottom, nice smooth draw, and then just left myself in the middle of the table. But I also couldn't see the angle super great from here, so. Oh boy. Drew is really punching at the ball so far. Almost all of his misses, he's had a pretty quick transition between forward swing to backswing, or backswing to forward swing rather. Came out decently fortunate here. I think Cash has an edge of this, which he almost just kind of cut at this ball and go 3 rails. Just cut at it with a little outside. Go 3 rails a long way. Yeah, and it can turn out well for you. There's a lot of good things that could happen there if you missed that ball. You obviously didn't want to miss that ball, but it works. Let's see what Drew can do here. He must be able to see the right side of this ball. Oh, that is very odd. Just kind of shot at that ball. I'm surprised that he hit it at that pace. Huge chance for Cash to go up 5-1 here. Nice little stun shot. Just don't let your low English take too much because, well, he'll just hit those with top right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Top right English, really natural. Try to get to the middle of the table. This whole rack can be finished from the middle of the table, essentially. doesn't want to get straight on the 7, so again, just tell yourself middle of the table and you're good. For you amateur players out there, remember, the middle of the table is your friend.
Middle table's always your friend, no matter what.
Yeah. And he didn't get to the middle. But he'll play this bank shot. Just play it with top right and leave himself on the short side of the 8. Try to leave yourself on the rail on the short side of the 8. If he was a little lower, he might just play a straight up safety, and he still could, but yeah, he called the bank shot. Doesn't have to hit this super hard either. Nice top English. Yeah, hit a good pace. But Drew can cut this ball, and he will go after this. Just a little bit of outside, or at least that's what I would do.
That's line on it.
This is how you know the player really knows their deflection of their cue. It has hit a lot of balls in the recent time.
Oh, that is his.
Oh, he tried to hit that with inside. That's kind of surprising to me. Because that 9 ball was huge. Like, even if you do catch the second rail early, that 9 ball is real big. Close to making it, though.
Now my fingers smell like lemons.
What are you drinking?
A blueberry soda. I put a lime in it. It's a very fresh lime, so.
Cash played a drag shot. He must have been working on the drag shots like I was telling him to. That was a good shot. Drag shot with spin. That's a. And obviously he was in the pocket, so as long as he kept spin, he was gonna be on the 8, unless he hit it thin. But you're not likely to hit it thin from there. Good shot. How's it going, Seth Krafsick? Another good shooter from Nebraska. Another MC3 sponsored player. Cash is sponsored by MC3 Qs, as am I. And Seth Krafsick as well. 5-1 here. Drew doesn't want to lose one more game. He doesn't want to be down 5 games. So this, in the grand scheme of the match, this can be a huge rack. And Cash has not had a look at the table off of his break, even though we worked on his break all day, and he was breaking super well. But he needs to add a little bit more power. There's more people in the building. It may be playing a little bit more humid. And every time his second ball has gone high. Oh yes, Lucas Taylor is an MC3 player as well. He's in the chat. I have my, for those that don't know, I have my own line of cues from Mike Kirby. And the next batch of the cues will be out in probably a month or a month and a half. And they go fast. Like the first batch sold within a day, I believe. So when you see them and if you like them, get them fast. And there you go. He did amp up the power a little bit more. Heinrich, you don't need a 40-second shot clock. You could do it with 10. Like.
Yes, Danian, they did rearrange Piazzas, so they put the two 9-footers into the back room now, and then we moved those ones up underneath the stream camera. So we have a stream table, we have a portable one back there just so if we do have streams, we can put it on. But I think that was just out of preference of choice.
I like this setup. Definitely, it definitely is a really good room for the league player. You know, it's got a full room of bar tables. So when you're coming in for leagues, I don't play in leagues, but I'm sure this is a great venue for leagues. Yeah, I know. Oh, he didn't go for this ball. He pushed out to a much more difficult shot. And Cash won't go at this. He won't go for the shot, but he's thinking that Drew will. Because Cash wouldn't push out to a tougher shot than he had off of the break, unless he was playing for a safety. So he's kind of testing Drew here a little bit, but also he's thinking that he's going to get safe a lot. Oh, and Drew didn't go for the safety. He didn't take the bait. Or he didn't go for the shot, rather.
Yeah.
Played a decent safety, I think.
I don't know, Manny. It might not be a short night. I mean, it's a race to 18. It's still in the very early stages of this match. There's very much of a chance.
Yeah, they'll definitely be back.
I think once they all just start finding their groove, and it's okay. We don't try to really start judging the determination of a match probably till about halfway in. I mean, at that point, we're going to start to see how the players are mentally playing out. And I mean, it's just the very start. And Cash has also had ample opportunities as well and has missed some shots too. So it's definitely just right now is how the end of the match is going. Who's going to be finishing out?
Good shot there. Left really nice distance. Didn't let that one get too far to the right to make it easy. And got that cue ball to the bottom rail. Like that's just basically all he was hoping to do there, I think. Difficult shot here, but I think he may play safe here, actually. I can't tell if he was going for a safe or not. I'm gonna say he's going for a safe there, which in that case,
Hard out a little bit.
Yeah, very close to being a great shot.
It's definitely a little hard coming off that rail with the 8-ball right on top as well.
Yes, Chris, this is Tyrell Blowers. Came down here just for this. It's the first time I've walked into Piazzas after they were already open in a long time.
So what do you think?
Oh, I've been here a lot. Usually I'm here like when they open, like early in the morning.
Oh, really?
But I got here at like 1 today. Good shot there. Cash was just practicing those shots. Left an edge, but hit it nice and thin like he wanted to. But this I feel like Cash is going to come back to the table with a tough shot. He's going to play this off the one and go into the 3. Try to go near the 3, but still great distance.
They're really trying to leave that cue ball nice and tight on the rail, trying to make people hit off the top of the ball. A little less.
Well, if Cash doesn't like any of the safeties, he could just shoot at this shot with top English. Well, he has to hit top because it goes to the rail. Got wind for it. Man, what a nice shot. Really cued that ball well. Gave himself a good opportunity in this rack to run this one out. I'll just play a soft stop shot. Just kind of maybe not so soft stop shot. He'll just stop it and stun it over maybe a foot to leave himself enough angle on the 5 or on the 3 to get to the 5. have more angle than he may have more angle than I thought. He was looking at going 2 rails there. Yeah, he'll just stun over a little bit.
Yeah, Chris. So it's Riley Yermasek and Ty. So. They'll commentate from each end of the players. So.
Yeah. It's fine to have bias when you have one from each side.
Yeah.
You know, works out.
Making sure that all the
I'm
computer
just
systems are running.
looking for good pool and being able to like say what I think Cash is doing right and wrong, so we can come back and watch and learn something.
Yeah.
You know.
I like shit talking. I also like watching it in this kind of view. I mean, it's great sitting next to the table with Drew and watching him play quite regularly with him and everything. But it's nice to sit above and watch more of a bird's eye view to it in a general sense. Get a little more overview, see how the players are looking and everything like that. See what they're maybe looking at. And
It's a pretty good view too. I'm hoping in the future if Piazzas has more of a rush for challenge matches on the 9-footer, I'm hoping that they'll put another camera angle just so it's not so kind of plain, I guess, just with this one camera angle. But
well, that's how these ones are though too.
right, yeah.
So it's only singular. It's a little difficult when you have more than one camera direction going because you're having to switch so often back and forth between them.
Right. Well, it's just an opportunity.
Yeah. It'd be nice though. That's for sure. I'd definitely like to go onto the other. Me at a kind of an angle in the corner. Get a little more side view of it.
So he's gonna come back. He wants to come back into the middle of the table here. He's gonna stun off of the rail and come back to where his cue ball's at, or a little bit further. At least that's what he wants. Didn't get where he wanted. He was a little shallow on his angle. So now he has to hit this one well. Just hit this one with a little top outside, and hit it firm so it changes the angle, because he doesn't have a lot of angle. He wants to change the angle to hit squarer into the rail. You see that? How it just kind of squared up into the rail before it started going forward. And he'll take this. You know, it's a little shorter than you wanted. He'd like to float more, but now he's got a decision. Does he want to just roll this in the top, or does he want to go up and down? This top or bottom left corner, as we're looking, is a big pocket for the shot if he wants to go up and down. So he may like to just play this little top outside and roll it in and leave himself a little longer. Oh wow, squeak that one in. That one wouldn't have gone if the felt was any older.
I think they change felt quite often at these tables.
Last time I played a challenge match, it was a Scotch match with Cash versus Tony and Pat, and that table was playing so incredibly slow. You couldn't do anything with the cue ball. Like it was brutal, and that ball wouldn't have even considered hanging or like considered dropping when it was like that. 6-1 here. It's getting interesting. I think they're taking a break, so I will as well.
And we will come back and watch all of it again. Okay. Looks like they're back from their little break.
See how Cash hits this one. He's only hit one that he's like happy with so far. Won't be happy with that one. Well, they're breaking a lot tougher. I don't know what happened. Like, but he needs to hit them harder. Like, they've been going high every time. So he needs to put a little bit more power into it. Good shot there. All right, big opportunity for Drew here. Very runnable rack. This might be the toughest shot of the rack, honestly. Getting on this three from where he's at here. He has to kind of stun it forward a little bit. Oh yeah, rattle it. When you're having to hit it that hard, it makes the pocket so much tighter. Which I don't think he had to hit it that hard. I think he could have played that like half the speed he hit it and still got the same or more results if he wanted. It's just kind of style. His style is to put a real firm stroke on a lot of shots, which helps with accuracy. You know, like you can be more accurate when you're not like hitting it soft and letting up on your stroke or whatever.
Got a little bit nuzzled by that 9 ball.
Yeah, I think he can still cue it pretty good. He didn't get over a ball, which is good for him. This isn't. He's just funny on this, I think. Like now, So he would probably, if he had a little bit different angle, he would probably just like play a stop shot here, or even just stun forward a little bit. But since he's a little bit funny, I think he's gonna roll off down to the bottom, to the low side of the four.
Wherever he put his finger at, trying to get his cue ball to go.
Yeah, just this is where he wanted there. Now we can just like, if anything, he would have liked a half a ball more probably, but I think he still has a really nice angle to go above this 5 ball. And it was just straight top, no English. Really brought that side into play there. Kind of surprised that he didn't put a little English on that.
Definitely got on the other side of the 5 ball, but a little too close.
Yeah, pretty fortunate to even have anything on this 5, or not to give up ball in hand in this case. But now you can jack up on this ball and kind of into the top left as we're looking. And he won't want to move the cue ball too much, but he'll jack up quite a bit on this, I imagine. Oh, never mind.
He's gonna try to cut it.
No, he's just gonna roll to the other rail and try not to leave it a lot. Oh. No clue what he tried.
I thought he was gonna try to just slide it this way a little bit. Do a nice little easy soft cut.
Right. I figured he was just gonna jack up and play it to the opposite pocket.
Which I actually have seen Drew practice quite a bit, setting that shot up, because sometimes it becomes a common problem and trying to be able to jack up without fouling at the same time, double hitting cue and trying to keep it right on the angles. It's a very tough shot. I've practiced that as well, because I think sometimes, still as a pretty beginner player in a way, that's a shot, sometimes you end up leaving yourself and trying to work your way out of it without making mistakes.
The shot on the 5 ball that Drew just shot might have been his best stroke of the match. He didn't punch at the ball on that one. Had nice smooth stroke.
You just take a nice little break.
Yeah, right. Give him a little talk at that break. Maybe he's gonna start hitting things a little bit softer because, like several of the shots that he's missed, he's made if he hit it a little softer.
Yeah. Part of it too is standing up just a tick. And I think he's getting frustrated. It was a little frustrated at first, the first few sets with it. And I think sometimes that even, we have the short-term memory. I think we're still like our emotions let it get the better of us every once in a while.
Oh, definitely. Like it is extremely tough to stay calm, especially when you're like missing shots.
Yeah. But he does great at just coming back and refocusing in and just resetting himself back up. That's definitely his vantage point in this. He'll take a little break, mentally just kind of refocus yourself. I think sometimes that always helps the best.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a huge weapon to have. If you're able to come back fresh after being down.
Which it looked a lot better now. Like taking that small little break, his stroke definitely improved quite a bit. A little more fluid.
And that 8 ball, that was a tough 8 ball since he left himself near that rail.
Still kind of left that cue ball a little bit too, so
Yeah, this is
definitely not as easy shot, but not a difficult shot either. Trying to.
I would say this is a difficult
Is
shot.
it?
Yeah.
You ever that 10 ball? Good, nice hit 10 ball.
He can cue it okay, but just where the 10 ball is, you want to just hit this with top English and go back and forth. But where the 10 ball is, he missed it. He missed it. Just like he missed that shot in the second rack.
Yeah. I think sometimes too is with such great players like this, they're looking at strategy play even more. So if they're likely to miss a little more of a shot because that's not how they like to be left or anything like that, you try to end up leaving them more with that. Find a little bit of a weakness in everyone's game.
And for both of those shots that he missed on the way in, those thin cuts down the rail, I think he may have had a little bit of a quicker transition than a lot of his other shots. So Cash in the future, practice those thin shots with just straight top when you're practicing them, and practice them with making sure you don't have a quick transition because you really want to make sure you're hitting through the part of the ball that you're wanting. Safety shot out of your poor position.
Try and play it as smart as you can right now. Especially, I think, right now that you're getting down to these last 3 balls, it's all about position play, and I think this is where the safeties matter the most than at the very beginning.
Like, this shot is like a huge shot for Cash because he's gonna play this just below the side and bank it up towards the top short rail and try to leave the cue ball behind the tail. Very touchy shot. How was this 9 ball? A little quick. A little bit of a fast 9 ball there. This table's playing a lot. Playing pretty good speed. Like I like how it's playing a lot.
It's playing on the table next to it. Actually, we played on this one as well. The hour week, and it is insane the ball speed you get sometimes going off this.
Wasn't an easy shot. One I thought he would have made that shot. Here is a tough shot because like you may be queuing over the 10 just a little bit, and you don't want to hit this hard.
You're a little bit farther off the road too, so you have to worry about how you're going to be cutting in. Since these pockets are so tight, you really have a narrow window to go through.
Like this is no gimme, but I don't know. I favor Cash to make this one more than 50%.
You're not even going like 75, 25. You're like a little more than 50.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a tough shot. Like got good speed. Those are the kind of shots that Cash has been just shooting in very well. Like he's gotten his killer instinct has kicked in a little bit more in the last 6 months, I would say.
Yeah. Only sometimes.
Good out, getting up 7-1.
You can't even get no prize with it.
Like it is, I'm surprised that he's up this far with how his break has been working. His break hasn't been working like nearly as good as in practice.
He said he's still, I mean, roughly though, he's still making a ball on the break though too. So
A few of them.
being
I
able
think
to
he's
work
only
with
made
it.
a ball on the break 3 times though, which in practice he was making them like 80% of the time or more. But like I said, I think he needs to put a little bit more power in him. Let's see if he notices that because that's what I told him. I was like, pay attention to your second balls, and if they're going high, go ahead and put a little bit more power into them.
It's working. Scooter making sure it's working. I'm like, you can't fix it.
All right, let's see where this 5 and 4 go. Ooh, didn't hit that the way he wanted to, but made 2 balls on the break. No shot on the one. Difficult push out here too. Doesn't really want to leave Drew like a lot here because the 6 ball is a big ball to hide behind. I like where he's pointing there. It is a difficult shot though. Just thinking about pushing down to where he's looking right now and leaving it near the rail, which takes out the bottom of the cue ball, takes out bottom English. So his stop shot drift behind into the 2 behind 6 won't be easy. Well, won't be really doable if he hits it right. So I imagine his game plan is to 2-rail the 1 down to the bottom to the rail where his cue ball is at, and have the cue ball going to the 6. But this is my weak point in my game, so it's not exactly 100% for me. I don't think I'd be shooting this. I think I would be giving this back if I was Drew.
Ball. Oh, I see it. Yeah.
But
I
the
mean, it's
table's so
very-
open. Like, if he goes for this bank, he's going to leave it. If he doesn't make, he's going to leave a lot. You know, he may have called that in the side. Didn't quite make it. I don't know if he left Cash a pot here, actually. If it's frozen on this rail, no, he must be able to make this. But it may be close. Not the easiest shot to get position on either, but he just kind of has to get close to this to hope he has a shot. As long as he makes this 1, gets a shot on the 2 a lot of the time. Yeah, must have been really close. Which,
It's okay though. Leaving it a little bit safe.
it's very strange how he shot that, actually. Because, like, I wonder if I don't know if he was playing safe or not. Like,
See,
because his cue ball was nowhere near getting shape on the 2.
yeah. My thought was if he was really trying to truly get a nice, because it was sitting right on the edge of that pocket, really trying to go more towards the rail with a different direction of spin. I mean, he could, I feel like, could have gotten onto that two ball and making that ball. Maybe it was fully frozen to the rail. That's the only thing, like, we can't really see it, that being on this side of the angle.
Like it was tough to see from here. But he must have been playing safety with where his cue ball went.
Yeah. Oh,
Good shot.
great shot by Drew. Look at that.
Highlight shot of the match so far. I think he has this two ball as
Yeah.
well.
That was beautiful. Nice smooth clean eye. He is like Adam. Like Adam Cincinnati is a great example too. Those guys, they can jump like no one else. It's great watching them. I mean, clean fluid. I know he practices a lot. You look at the table at our home. He's
Not bad, yeah.
it's a little chalk marks there.
He's a good jumper.
little marks on it. Definitely a good person to learn how to jump from as well. I can jump a chalk.
Oh, yeah.
It's my new learned skill level. Thanks to Cincinnati and him, and then it's more or less now it's getting the power behind to get over a ball.
Jump shots are tough.
Oh, there you can see it.
He's having a little bit of trouble because he had to spin that one a little, and this is the second time where it's gripped faster than he thought.
Yeah.
Like he put inside on that, and it just took the inside about halfway there instead of just keeping inside at the same tangent, at the same kind of line.
What's up, Larry? How you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Larry?
I guess now too is even moving that 6 ball. You're gonna have to worry about how to get your 5, getting from that 5 all the way back around to your 6 now, because you got it on kind of little opposite corners and definitely both to rails. So
Yeah, he'll play to leave this in the middle of the table where he was looking, and then play 3 to 4 rails to get to the 6. Just 3 rails with inside, top inside. Like this shot when this table was playing really slow was such a difficult shot because the pockets were playing ridiculously tight, and also you had to hit it a lot harder to get it to where you wanted to go.
Yeah.
So this was like 40% shot on when it was really slow, but here now it's like it seems like this is a fairly easy shot.
yeah. It's great to watch Cash though, especially like you were saying earlier when we first started commentating. He's really working on improving his game, and I think a lot of people have been noticing that over, especially the past year and even these past 6 months. I mean, even when I was watching him in July, his stroke has even improved since then. I mean, just getting a lot more consistent, a lot more smooth in his shape.
Yeah.
Oh, a little too rough, and definitely, like you said, coming off the 3-4 rails, trying to get shape on that 6 ball, which he did. Would have been great if that 5 would have dropped, but now it's kind of a struggle leaving that ball open, but now Drew's got to figure out how to get back over on that 6 ball again after hitting off it.
Right. Now he'll play this rail first with top right. Take the same path that Cash did, really.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to hit this too far.
I wonder though if you hit right up on this corner, right here,
Right, just real thin.
real thin, nice on that corner, and
Yeah,
kind
as
of get it to bump back almost in a way.
Hit it full, like I said, they didn't want to do. Kind of stood up on that one too. Like he may have just realized immediately that he didn't hit it the way he wanted to, and he just kind of stood up on it.
Kind of oversent it a little bit.
So now this isn't an easy decision. He could just play this thin, not trying to make it, but getting the cue ball down towards the 8 and 10, and that kind of cluster that they make.
Yeah, and getting down the 8 to 10, kind of almost blocking that rail from the 7 area too. Having to take the other side.
Whatever he was trying, it didn't work out like he wanted, that's for sure.
Shaking his head well. I think he was thinking it was going to do a little bit something different. Probably, I think it was, like you said, we were trying to hit it a little bit thin, put a little too much face on it, so it's okay. It's time for a little bit of a regroup and rethink the strategy over there.
Cat, this shot isn't this out isn't
Shooter.
easy.
Oh, nice shot.
This out isn't easy because he doesn't want to be straight on the 7 because when you try to get straight on the 7, weird things can happen. You can have just little angles that you don't like. So I think he's gonna go forward forward outside English, or top outside, and go around 3 rails to the center of the table, just like that. But the only thing with that is, he had a lot more distance to get closer to it. But if he does get closer to it, he may not be able to reach it since he's right-handed. So this is fine, I guess. He may just stun with a little draw, go 2 rails. 2 rails back and forth to the bottom side of the table as we're looking again. Oh, wow. I thought he hit that better than it turned out. Difficult shot here. I think he can just play this with top English though. Top English, it'll kind of push around the 10 a little bit, and top with a little bit of outside, and just try to get back into the middle of the table again. Unless he wants to hit it with just draw, and he can draw like low of the 9 and back to the 10, but that one's kind of gambling a little bit, unhooking yourself on the 9. Not super happy with any of the decisions here yet. What he decides to do. I would probably, from what I can see here, which isn't a lot, I would probably play this with top, a little top outside. But when you're at the table, it's such a different story. I'd have to be where he is to know. Top outside, just like I said. A little harder than you wanted. Nice smooth draw here. Just flat bottom. Draw to the left side rail. See how he's doing real nice and slow. Watch his transition here from backswing to forward swing. Really nice and smooth. And that's what makes him like above a lot of players in that sense. Colorado, that's such a weapon because if you can do that, when you don't do that, it's not as bad. But if you have a little bit of a punchy stroke, then when it gets on the pressure on those kind of long shots where you have to be super accurate, it can get you a little bit, and that's what you'll see with some of the lower ranked players. All right, so we are at 8-1. 8-1 here with Cash Lance is up. Yeah, James, Cash is shooting really well. He's making those important ones, and Drew has missed some of the later shots and the important shots. And for Drew, if you're listening in the future, at this point, obviously the match isn't over, but from what I can see, for what you could improve on is that transition from backswing to forward swing. Just try to make that a little bit smoother, and you'll be making a lot of these shots that you've missed here.
What we got going on?
Cash ran that one out.
I was watching down there. We got it going on the TV in Piazzas as well right now.
Yeah, like if you see these flyers, guys, like just come out and pull up a chair. They've got great food here.
Oh, the pizza's amazing.
Good pool. Like I think there might be leagues going on right now on like a birthday. Like just a great time here at Piazzas all the time.
Friday nights at 7 o'clock is APA League. So actually that APA team, they've had 2 birthdays the last couple weeks. So they've had little birthday balloons with them.
I'll have to go say hi. Yeah.
Oh. I agree, Greg. A little bit of pressure. I think it's going to help him quite a bit. I think that helps a lot of people. Just not even so much, you don't even really check out, especially with as competitive as he is naturally. A nice little pressure on him will help kind of put him in a little bit of overdrive.
Yeah, and it'll, like, pressure matches, even if you've been working on things, it'll show you your weaknesses. And as long as you, like, recognize them and go to improve them, like, there is no losing this, you know?
I think that's where his largest strength is at as a player. He just, he get down a little bit. I was commentating a match a couple weeks ago, and you could tell once the pressure hit the guy, he literally he folds, and you could see it in his face, you see it in his body language, and that's such a big pain, and it's horrible to see, but at the same time, some people, especially with natural competitive spirit, a little bit of pressure helps push them and really take that extra edge over.
Cash has played some very difficult pushes here, and Drew has finally given one back. He's taken on almost every one of Cash's pushes, I believe. And now we'll see if Cash can deliver on what he was trying to do. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought he was going to do. There's like a huge wall there. Great shot. And again, Cash, right before this match, like 10, 20 minutes before they started, Sam has put him up and had him shoot real thin shots like that, and just placing the cue ball in places. Sam Vidal, like, she is probably, I would say she's the premier player or the premier coach in Colorado. She definitely has helped Cash in his game a lot, and a lot of confidence he's gained from what Sam has worked with him with. So, Manny, Cash is playing with a MC3 custom-made butt, but he is playing with a Q-Tech Synergy shaft. And that's what I play with as well. Mike Kirby with the MC3Qs, he does make a carbon fiber shaft, and they're very good. Like, they even have a little bit lower deflection nowadays than the Synergy, which if you like that kind of thing, then that's great. But yeah, like, Mike makes a great shaft, and on my line of Qs, the shot, or my line of Qs, it comes with Mike Kirby's shaft, his carbon shaft.
I like Mike Kirby's cues. I really like the designs he does and the way he custom makes them. I've very been impressed with his work. It's great to see, especially being when I go up to Wyoming tournaments. And a lot of people have me in Colorado as well.
Yeah.
Actually, I took a picture of one here recently. I was like, man, I'd love something similar to that.
Right. Yeah, well, I've hung out with Mike quite a bit, and his quality, he is so, like, conscientious about his quality control. Like, that is his whole thing. He just makes sure that all of the parts about his cues are just quality.
that's such a great thing too, because I think some people that do make cues don't always think about that, and it's just mainly putting out a product and putting out inventory. But you think you got to worry about, is that cue going to last for the next maybe how many years you're going to play? Or are you a lot harder on your cues than other people are?
Right, yeah.
And I mean, buying a custom cue and spending that kind of money, you're hoping for a true quality of a shaft, even just a butt end.
I would definitely highly recommend Mike's cues. And if you don't want a custom one, when my line comes out, check them out, and maybe you'll like them. Some different options. Couple of real nice shots in this rack. Really nice shot from the 2 to the 3 for Cash, and really set himself up. Set himself up to get out here. Manny, I use a Tiger Sniper medium tip, and I think Cash, I'm not sure what Cash is using right now. We just had our tips replaced.
You guys have to know when the Friday night fights are starting again?
They will be starting later on this fall, is what I think is going to happen. Tony's out of town right now, so that'd be something to probably email on his Facebook page about it.
Do you know how to get signed up for it?
So I don't. I know they have a sign up right around it, and it's team style. So I think it's about first come first serve in a way, almost. So, yeah, definitely talk to Tony about it when he comes back.
All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what tip he uses, Manny. Sorry about that. Maybe I'll try to have him post or comment when I ask him. I forget what he uses. Oh, good try there. It's nice to have that sometimes, but I mean, I don't know Drew's personality.
Yeah, I'm the person I'm like, sometimes I'm like, take it, find it, work it. And other times I'm like, you got this. I'm supportive. But I'm like, it's cool though. We're both, you gotta be
It's
competitive.
tough sometimes.
So yeah, you just got back from a large tournament, I guess. How was that and everything? I know you mentioned it a little bit.
Yeah, Cash and I went to Sacramento for the Hard Times. Chuck, I can't pronounce his last name. Chuck something Memorial Tournament. Great tournament, really. Moscone Cup ranking event, and I ended up placing 9th and in the 9-ball and 7th place in the 1 pocket.
That's great.
So I'm super happy with that. Cash will not be happy with that effort.
So since you are an upper level player, and obviously playing this game for quite a bit of a time, I guess what is your, if coming into a challenge match like this right now currently, they're playing for $4,000, what is your kind of preference? Because I mean, it's a choice of what you want to play in a challenge match. Are you more of a 1 pocket person, 9-ball, 8-ball, 10-ball, rotation play? What are you trying to go with?
Definitely not 1 pocket.
Definitely not 1 pocket.
But there you go, Jim. Yeah, on your list. Yeah.
You guys need anything at all?
Take a water.
Water?
Yes, thank
I'm
you.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
What was I saying?
Oh, about 1 pocket and
Yeah,
10-ball and 8-ball.
I almost always play 10-ball for money. I feel like 10-ball is just a good money game. Really shows a lot of different aspects of the game, more so than 9-ball, and 8 ball has a lot of different portions of the game as well because you have to have a really tight cue ball, and you can also have really good patterns.
Yes.
I feel like I have really good patterns, so, but I don't gamble in 8 ball too much just because you can shoot the technical wrong pattern and still win.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean, most of the stuff I win is 8 ball.
Nice to know. I always like to ask people that, especially because they stream all different kinds of matches here. So it's a good win by Drew. It'll be a nice little boost, help him
Right.
kind of get ready back. And
Drew's first game since the first game.
yeah,
Cash had won 8 in a row, most of which was off of a few of Drew's errors.
I think that's what it is,
This
though.
one was off of Cash's error.
Yep.
So.
I think that's what happens, though, quite often. I mean, in reality, with talking about, with the kind of players that we have playing on this stream, it's a one error mistake in a lot of ways. You make one mistake, it could cost you that next set.
Definitely, and there's been quite a few racks in here that one mistake has been capitalized on by Cash. And like that one, Drew capitalized on Cash's there. So.
Really great, fat lady ain't even warming up. What is that supposed to mean? I don't even want to know where you're going with that.
It's not over
theory.
till the fat lady sings. You've never heard that?
Oh, I've heard never been over till the fat lady sings. I was like, the warming up part, that's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, good women, great if you came down here. Could have had your input on this stuff.
Dry break from Drew there. He's only broke 3 times now. He broke the first rack.
But, I mean, at the same time, though, this is a nice little one, leaving that cue ball kind of 5, the 4-3 blocking in, that 1 all the way up, and it looks like Cash is probably going to take it as a push.
Yeah, definitely push here. He's going to push to the right side of the 2 here. Pretty good push. It's tough to give this one back because there's so many balls in the middle of the table that it really seems like you can get safe a lot. Especially if you can see the left side of the one as he's looking. If he can see the left side, he can just play it thin and go up, not even that thin, and just go 2 rails past in between the 7-9 and towards the 8, and you get safe a ton of the time off of that. But Drew just gave it right back to him, and I think that's what Cash is going to be playing. It's just thin off of the left-hand side of the 1. No, he just played it full and tried to stop the cue ball at the 8 or with the 10. Came out good for him. Maybe he couldn't see the left side of the 1.
So to answer a few questions we've got, so Brian, this is a race to 18, and for James, yeah, so Drew, that is his middle name. Underneath Fargo, it is labeled as Ruben, which is his legal first name. So, but he goes by Drew. He is put in as Drew underneath a lot of tournaments and in BNEA and some other leagues as well. So, still his name.
A little bit fortunate of a safety here, but he made a good masse. Now Cash is going to be kicking 2 rails. 2 rails at this ball. Not easy. He must have forgot about me.
Yeah.
Oh, real long. He won't be happy with that.
And they busted out that 3 and that 4 ball, which is not the greatest hope you're wanting either. Kind of opening them up a little more for play. Drew's is outlaw name.
Alright. This 3 ball isn't easy to get on well. play this in the side and stun over. He wants to be on the low side of this too, so lower than the spot. Um, and even then, he has to kind of go towards the 7 to just get shape on the 3.
It's like he's trying to do the shot that Cash got left on a couple sets ago. And taking it like we were talking about earlier, like he's practicing this nice, easy, tight, short shot.
I don't like this at all. He needed to have, like, it was easy to get shape on this too, which I think he has this too.
Yeah.
But
He's gonna try to probably come off this rail, but now you gotta think about where you want to go. I think he's gonna try to go in between the 4 and the 7 to get to that 3 ball, hopefully.
it would have been so much easier if he'd have just left himself low on this too. That was never an easy shot from where he was at.
So were you looking more as going up the rail and taking that short line? Yeah.
Point there. Like, I was talking about leaving himself right here for the 2 ball.
Okay, yeah.
And then he would have had an easy angle. He could have done whatever he wanted with more angle like that.
I see what you mean.
With a shallow angle, it's tough to
Definitely
navigate.
gets a lot more difficult, yeah. He's gonna try and call it off a kick. It looks like he's gonna try probably come off. I'd try to come off this dime around this little section right here. Get a nice short kick
Quarter
off.
diamond above.
Yeah. I'm trying to learn the angle on a kick. I can do a bang, but it's a little
He hit
different.
where you were hitting at him as
Yep.
well. There's a couple good videos. Couple different systems. I use one system. Which is pretty good. It's really tough to explain it unless you're on the table though.
Yeah.
But it's like real simple. It doesn't require like a lot of math.
A lot of math. I know everyone. I've learned too. Counts diamonds a little different. You know, they do the different system way. I'm like, I do the 1, 2, 3.
A lot of
kind
people
way.
argue about their different kicking systems, but really they're talking about the same system. They're just explaining it differently. Like, no, this is way better. And you're like, it's the same system if you really look at it, you know? Thank you.
I'm gonna check to make sure that's actually water. Let me spray.
In the hole.
Yep.
All right. Catch us ball in hand here. I would probably shoot this in the corner and just kind of stop or just pull the cue ball back a little bit and shoot the 4 ball down in the corner past the 8. And depending on where you get on it, the 5 ball goes up the table past the 10, so you could just get straight on this board and roll forward. That's what he's gonna do. But I imagine he'll probably just leave himself a little angle. He doesn't even have to leave himself too much angle because he can just play it short rather than go for it.
Nice.
I don't know if he left himself real straight on it or not.
I kind of like that though. Get a little bit of shape, trying to push maybe with a little bit. Cause yeah, he's looking to get right on the other side of that 5. I think if you were a little too straight, you're not gonna hit that sweet spot me as much.
Cash brought it tonight, huh?
Yeah, so far.
Good. That was a strong matchup for him. So.
Let's see if he can keep it going.
What up? How you doing, man? You all tuned up there? Yeah, I know.
Good job. Has a little bit of an angle going now. This is where, like, the camera angle, I have no clue exactly what he can do here.
I would almost play this as a nice little easy stop shot.
Right. That's what he was looking at, like, just kind of rolling forward a little bit. Tricky here, though. Like, this is no gimme. probably will try to draw into this 10 ball, but he doesn't want to draw into the low side of this 10. Or the left side as we're looking. Again, like I have no clue exactly how much angle he's got.
Definitely taking a little bit of a walk around, trying to relook at this shot. So do you think maybe if you pull up a little bit? See, I'd be worried about if you're gonna try to cut it into this pocket where he's kind of standing at, is if that cue ball is almost because you're at that 20-degree line in a way.
Right, yeah.
It's if that cue
If
ball.
he hits that 10, it can scratch. That's for
Yeah.
sure. So it really depends. Like, if he has too much angle, he can just like stun it or play it safe. He was fine.
Yep.
Yeah, he was able to draw it way more than I was worried about. Get nice and straight on this 8 ball. Bump off the rail probably a foot-ish, and then he can play the 9 ball on the side if he wants, depending on where he gets here. Cash is feeling good. He even did more than he needed to there. I really like how Cash is. Like if you notice, he hasn't changed his pace at all. From being ahead one game or down one game.
I think he's playing a tad bit faster though now.
Yeah, I mean when when he was on that 6 ball, he
Yeah.
still took as much time as he thought he needed. When a lot of people, when they are up 8-2 like he is, they would like kind of automatically speed up, which is fine, especially if you're a rhythm player and Cash isn't. But he knows that, so. But it's
Try
still
to
kind of
keep-
tough. It's still kind of tough to keep your own pace sometimes when you're really running good. Because even now, like this isn't too difficult, but he's just
Trying to reset up.
yeah, just make it. He's making sure still, which is a great.
It's not always even though it's an easy shot, it's not always a guaranteed shot.
Right.
There's always a chance for even a little bit of a mistake to happen.
He's definitely guarding against being lax with the shot and just selling out or something.
It's just like
Yeah, just like we were saying, like. But I mean, he took as much time as he thought he needed.
He still played it the right way, but at the same time, it's like saying even though it's an easy shot. I think sometimes the easy shots are always the harder shots, and the hard shots are the easy shots in a way.
And I guess he had a little bit more angle than I thought he had because he hit that with inside, which he wouldn't have if he was any straighter.
Nice shot coming right off that edge.
So huge break for Drew here. See if he can capitalize and have a good break in the next one here.
Yeah. It's definitely right now probably just trying to get back and find his groove again. His posture's definitely looking a lot more relaxed and starting to look comfortable.
8-3 is way better than 9-2. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that. Like.
It's definitely, you can tell now, a little more confidence walking back up to the table, starting to find his natural feel. I think the biggest thing is, too, is, I think even, like we were talking about earlier, the pressure really sets in. Even though it's still fairly into the game, we're almost halfway through, but it's right now is when you either start to show that you're going to be folding, it's maybe a little bit of your poker face is starting to happen. And I think this is right now as he's starting, you can see his facial expression a little bit as he's starting to relax, mentally be zoning himself back in and just trying to find his
with
shape.
how Drew plays, he's more of a rhythm player,
Oh, very much so.
and so he just needs to not let any, just kind of needs to let it go and play like he can.
Great. That was a nice break by Drew. Nice and smooth.
The other thing I would say for Drew, like on that 10 ball, obviously maybe he was feeling a little pressure, but like he did everything right. But then he stood up very fast. You know, I would like to, Drew, if you're watching the freeze try, I'd like to see you stay down like just a second longer. Just let that ball fall before you really stand up on it. Made a ball.
I think I would. Yeah, but now he's trying to look at if he wants to try to hit this one or play it as a push.
He's kicking at it. I feel like he really should push here somewhere.
I would push. But at the same time, though, too, it's a nice open table though as well. So
Right, but like you're hardly ever gonna kick the shot in. You know. You got safe though.
well, I think that's it.
One rail kick for Cash here. He wants to play this at a speed where he can get safe. So he'll probably play this just at a medium speed, trying to hit the left side of the one and have it kind of separate from side to side. But it's difficult.
Just text me, I was telling you to-
He might be able to see an edge of this. No. Hit it exactly how I thought he would hit it. Just no love. Huge opportunity for Drew here. Like, this is how you come back, because Drew's only 5 behind now. If you come back 3 games in a row, I can put the pressure on Cash. Oh, that is not what you need to do, though. Big opportunity, and that takes all the pressure off Cash once again. I think. Like I think after seeing him miss a shot like that, I think Cash is going to come right back into playing real nice. Definitely was the 1 and 2, James. Get good on the 2 from the 1, and it was over in that round. So right now, the trouble, if you will, is the 3 to the 4 for this rack for Cash. Pretty automatic to the 2. He just wants to leave an angle into the rail for the 3. Really? You know, that was a little surprising. Maybe he had more angle than the camera showed me. But I really thought he would just roll that in with top and come back up to the spot. By the way, definitely an overhit here. We'll be going for this. Nice smooth draw, maybe a little bit of the outside. See how he cues this one. This is another shot where it's easy to have a quick transition, but I don't think Cash will, because he's worked on it so much. So watch his transition from backswing to forward swing here to see if See if he continues to have a good transition. Yeah, really nice. And he didn't go for the shot, but he scratched. Oh no. Now, if I was Drew, I might take a break right there. Honestly. That's the question, though. So I had a little bit of a dilemma when I was in California, playing Sky Woodward, and Sky was on uh, a 5-pack against me, and I was like, I was down 6-0, so I was like, I should probably take a break here, right? But at the same time, he's on a 5-pack. You know, like I would like to slow him down, but he's on a 5-pack. Like, how do you stop him from, you know, I don't know. I felt like it would have been disrespectful if I would have stopped it there. But it is 3-foul rule, Gregory. All right, he doesn't want to hit this or like that. Oh no! He wanted to hit that as full as he could. He really didn't want to hit either thin side of it because this could happen. He's still okay here, ish, but it is if it's frozen, it's a very tough shot. This could be a very tough shot. Yeah, must have been close to frozen. Does he get away with it? No. Again, another let up, but we'll see. Cash needs to run this out to regain a little bit of confidence. He's missed a few shots. He's scratched out of nowhere once. Uh, Cash definitely doesn't want to lose this rack and go down to a 4-game lead. You know, just for a mindset kind of deal. Good shot there. Just, I mean, it's pretty standard here. He just from the 6 to the 8 is the biggest thing in this rack. Left himself a little angle, so he may play this. He may play this with top English and play for the same pocket. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. It's definitely true, Andrew, and for Drew Cruz, like with his style of play and his tempo, it definitely benefits him uh, in terms of getting his stroke being down. Like he can just freewheel, like you say, and get right back into stroke at least because he's missed several shots early in this match. Good shot there from Cash. Real nice, preserved a nice angle. Like no worries here now. All right, Cash is gonna reestablish a 6-game lead here as he gets to the halfway point in this match. Oh no, are we wrong on the score? Let's see. Cash hasn't had a problem with coming off of his shots in a while, so I would be very surprised if he does stand up on a shot nowadays. I don't know exactly what the score is. It may be 10-3. It may still be 9-3. I am not sure. I might go check in a little bit and ask him. I'm not sure if we missed the score or not, because he moved his coin to the other side, which usually indicates going to 10, but I don't know. Here you go. Got that one ball to go where he wanted it this time. Two ball, definitely tough on the two ball here. This two ball goes in the side pocket, but with how deep this one ball is, it's tough to do anything really accurately. We'll see what he does here if he's able to get a good shot off of this. That's what I thought he would do. Watch out, six ball. Watch out, six ball. Oh, he gets him. Just gets him. Well, now I think he's just gonna spin around this ball and try to hit the two thin. I would move the rack here for sure though, because it could roll off the rack. He's just gonna try to hit the spin and go to the rail and leave the two next to the 10.
Also, see why it's cash out. It's okay.
Good thing is he's coming back with ball and hit, so he'll be happy.
Yeah. All right.
It is 9-3, right?
Yes, it is.
That's what I figured, but Cash moved his coin to the other side, which when I do it, it usually means I got to 10, but I don't know how he's doing it.
Yeah, that's like normally it does mean when you're at 10, but yeah, it's only 9. Because usually you try to move one more over and then go up.
Well, usually I just go to this one for 9, and then I go to this one for 10.
Gotcha.
All right, Drew Cruz has ball in hand here. Not too many issues, I wouldn't say. Yeah, none really at all. Just make sure you keep on the correct side of the ball for the rest of this rack, and you're kind of good. As long as he gets on the kind of the toughest part for this is to get, uh, as long as you're preserving your angles, is to get on the correct side of the 8. It doesn't want to be too thin on the 8, but he doesn't want to be an angle going into the 8 or into the 10 ball off the 8. But that's, that's a ways away. He still has to make sure he executes all these. Oh, and like I said, like he's on the wrong side of this 3 ball. Like just being, even if it's this much angle on the 3, but the other way, it is such a big difference in the ease of this rack. Draw this with the inside.
That's what he needs.
Drew will be disappointed with that. I don't know how straight Cash is on this ball. If he is, I think he's got a low angle, but it's just, I don't know. It's tough to tell from this TV screen here.
It's kind of nice watching it on the big TV though too.
Yeah, for sure. And where is this being streamed at?
So this is being streamed on YouTube and Facebook, I believe.
YouTube and Facebook. So yeah, if you guys got a smart TV, put it up on a big TV on YouTube. And it's at Piazzas Live on YouTube as well. Yeah, Piazzas Live on YouTube.
Yep.
Put it on the big screen. We got 49 viewers right now. Share the stream. It's just getting into the interesting part of the stream.
It's like the perfect time to really hop on and start watching.
Yeah. He did have just that little shallow angle, which was kind of, in between of what he could really do. But the good thing was he didn't try to smoke it, really smoke it to get position. He just kind of stunned it over and took this little angle. Top outside, but looks like he's aiming a little funny. Yeah, that was playing it safe there. I'm pretty surprised,
I thought you would have tried to at least make it, because even making it, you still have.
I
You
feel
still
like
have
you
a
can
shot on the
still be,
6.
I feel like you can still be pretty aggressive with this lead. You can still be calculated, but you can be aggressive. Yeah, there he goes. He's
Yeah, as Drew mentioned, that is only a 9, not a 10.
that all sorted out. Cash would never cheat him like that. Never pull a move or anything.
Hope not.
He would not.
So we know how these players are. We hope they would never do that, especially, credibility is always such a big thing.
Oh no. Boy, that'll be disappointing for Drew. He's really stretching. Does Drew have an extension for this team? Might be something to invest in, because he was really stretched out there, and you don't really want to shoot with that with the bridge. It's a very tricky shot with the bridge. So.
Yeah, shooting with the bridge, you're going to have to definitely be picking up pretty quick coming off.
Right. What kind of cue does Drew shoot with?
An OB.
OB?
I believe it's the OB Classic.
I'm sure OB makes an extension. I'm not too familiar with the OB stuff.
They're actually out of business.
Are they really?
I think they are now. Yeah. It's hard to come by OB cues anymore, because I actually, when I was been on the search for a new cue here recently, I was playing with his quite often when we were at the house, and I like an OB feel. I like how their design is, just everything in general. I'm learning about the cue densities and the way the shaft is made. So he has a 12.5 shaft, so that was the biggest thing for me, is going down on that, and then being all the different laminate versus carbon or maple. So it's really neat.
Yeah. No, what do you shoot with right now?
So I actually just got a Katahana Cat 14. So pretty nice.
Is that a low deflection or high?
Yes, low deflection. It was a nice welcome present before Vegas from Drew. So I got to actually we were in Vegas. So I was like, oh, we'll go with it with the weed. And actually, definitely has been making quite a bit of a difference in my game. So
right, yeah.
Still have my original first cue, and actually just been using it as a brake cue now. Because it is a maple shaft, so it is great for braking and really getting with it.
I mean, not bad, but I feel like Cash is going to get safe real bad here.
Yeah.
If Drew can execute the safety, Cash will be in trouble.
Will
Unless
not
it goes.
go, but I don't know, it might. I'd be a little worried though about trying to take this as a.
Definitely not easy, that's for sure. But I mean, Drew needs to make something happen in this match. Cash only needs
Nine more.
yeah, 9 more games. You were in Pavilion yesterday, Brian? Well, I wasn't there, unfortunately. But were you looking for me? Yeah, you were in Pavilion. I'm sorry about that. Well, there you go. Good cue.
Definitely has made quite a difference so far.
I've only hit like a few obies, and like the weight of them.
Yeah, definitely far and few to come by now is what I've been hearing.
Well, didn't because Allison Fisher used to play with Q-Tech, and then she went to OB, right?
I believe so, yeah. I have to double check, but yeah.
I don't know what Allison plays with nowadays. Maybe still in OB. I don't know.
Really like watching her. And
I used to
then,
play with an Allison Fisher Q-Tech.
Yeah.
Q-Tech line, but I wore off her name. But I had her sign it at some point, and then that name that wore off as well because I was still playing
Yeah.
with it.
Really enjoy watching her. As well as there's a Russian lady. She's about my age.
It's a catch.
Yeah.
It's a catch, please.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
So it's great. I
You
like.
should. Have you watched Simming Chen play? Look up Simming Chen. She is, in my opinion, the best women's player I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like Kelly Fisher, obviously, like I really like watching Kelly play. She is so nice. But I really like watching Simming Chen play.
I know Cash just left Drew a little bit of a hard safe there, but was able to at least put some.
There you go, Brian. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Catch those fish, man.
Yeah, because you're a big fishing guy, aren't you?
Yeah, I fish all the time.
You get the little radar sensor and everything, so you can see where all the fish are at.
Yeah, I got lots of cool stuff on my kayak. Pretty neat. Cash must not be able to see this ball full, or else he would just stop this behind the 9. So he's gonna play this thin.
It's definitely looking like it's going to be a safety with that 6 ball for a little bit till it really gets enough room to play with.
See who blinks first. I think this one.
You probably bank it back.
He'll play it thin into the 9 and try to leave the cue ball up towards the. Oh no! Same deal again. It must be gripping a little early on those thin spin shots for him.
Yeah.
That's the third one he's missed. He's missed the ball because of that. Safe off of that. Crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely setting yourself up and then getting left like that. Oh.
Cash got away with one there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Because Cash definitely needed to get safe off of that. And he knows that, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell him anything he knows off of that one.
You saw that. You knew that was coming.
It's okay to mess with him a little bit, though. Just with low as they play another safe. Oh, okay.
And there's a nice little soft draw. Try to keep it.
I really thought he was going forward on that one.
Try to do a little down back area with it. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, because if you went forward on it, they may coming off this row might set you up a little more on the A. Because if you're trying to, he brought his cue ball onto this side.
Yeah, just
Try to
in
kick it
general,
up
I thought it was a little easier, but this one, this is the shot from the very beginning of the rack when I was talking about Drew. Oh, very lucky, very lucky. Like, that was the shot. He didn't want to end up here, is where I was talking about,
Yeah.
because he's going into the 10, which is a little bit more difficult to judge for the 9.
Yeah. That also could be a risk too. You know, if you move that ball at all, and
Yeah,
if you push it towards the 9 even closer, even in front of it or next to it,
yeah.
that can change that dimension by a lot.
For sure. And plus, like, when you're having to go into this 10 ball right now, it can change how you think about the shot. You know, you're might be thinking more about how you're hitting the 10 sometimes than how you're hitting the 8. Yeah. You tend to miss this shot more often than you would just shooting regular. Well, he didn't leave it easy, but I feel like Drew is going to take advantage of this one.
Which we did talk about too. You know, it's hitting that 10 ball, it's moving it. Nice shot by Drew.
Oh.
Slow down, catch that rail, catch it. Okay.
He was worried there at that.
I think you're sorry. That's when you start to breathe a little heavier. You're like talking to the cue balls, like you have a brain of its own. Like stop, you can slow down. It's okay.
Don't do it.
Don't do that. It's like we were saying earlier. This table's definitely getting some rolls going, and I think that's the biggest thing is just trying to get a good roll and find your natural leave a little bit.
Yeah, both players would probably want to forget this rack because it was so many mistakes.
Yes.
But Drew is going to be plenty happy with it because,
Like
Drew
we
needs
said, you
points
get a
on the
little
board.
pressure. I think he's starting to feel it a little bit now and just trying to bring himself back up. There we go.
The good thing for Cash, he can be confident because even if he's trading racks like this, he's still going to win by 5 or 6 points. So as long as he can like not let Drew get on a big tear, just make it. Cash just needs to be a thorn in Drew's side for the rest of this match, honestly.
I know Drew and I were discussing that when I walked back there just a little bit ago, check on him and make sure how he was doing. Sending me random text messages that are very confusing with one number. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, huh? Yeah, it's like, you good?
It's like a menu order?
Are you missing something?
Number 7 here?
Am I missing something on the stream? That's usually what he's trying to indicate, but I'm like, no, your score's right. Your penny matches, and I watched you.
Dry break there. Even though Cash hasn't been as consistent as I would like him to be with the break, Cash is still coming out with a shot on the break more often than Drew so far. Or at least coming out making a ball more often. But Cash has already broke like
9 times.
than him. Yeah.
8 more times right now. I think a lot of it is too sometimes when you're breaking, you know, finding if you got to be breaking harder or softer, working on your control, and I think that just happens with each break you do. So, especially like you're saying, you know, Cash is 8 breaks in, Drew's only 3 breaks in, so you gotta think about Cash set a little bit, a few more breaks to figure out where he needs to be breaking at and his speed control with it.
Good shot there.
This looks like a good table though, just in general, be playing off of and be working around in different directions a bit.
Yeah, this, I'm not sure this is a super runnable table from here with that 3 ball. It's like this 3 ball is not easy from anywhere, or at least to get onto from where he's at.
I agree. I wonder if maybe you get on the other side of it, on this back side, and trying to maybe take it up to this side pocket right here if you're going out that 2. That 2 is a very straight shot.
I feel like he's just gonna roll this shot in, this ball in. He tried. He was just gonna roll it in and leave himself a safety.
Yeah. Be cool if it was an early, if you could do like early 10s and combo that, you attempt to call it.
Let's see what Drew decides to do with the safety here. He could cut it all the way up the rail. There's an element of safety in that, and then there's an element of getting out. I actually don't mind that at all. But I imagine he'll just play it forward and play it safe behind the leg. Tried to cut it. Like I said, an element of safety in that as well.
Oh, and froze it right to that 5 ball too.
Cash has a kick. He has a kick in between it, and I think he can see the edge of this too.
Can you get through that 4 ball? Is that 4 or 5? I don't know. It's pretty tight. It looks from here.
It's tight either way.
Bigger.
Right. So we got. Definitely looking. I think he can get. Yeah, he can get in between these 2.
Yeah, so that 2 ball is actually on the other side of the 5, so he can't really see it coming. If even if you nick it on the way through, it's definitely gonna have to come off a kick.
He'll kick at it in between the 4 2.
You can definitely see
He
the
wants
little
to,
gaps
he wants
on
to hit
that.
this thin. Oh, he hit the 4 first.
Like walked over that TV, and you can even see how close it is to the 5 ball.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's cool. Wish I could just like load this up without it being like all pixeled.
Even with ball in hand, this 3 isn't super easy. I mean, he's got to leave himself above it and an angle in between the 5-8. I think the 4 goes in the side, so as long as he can get avoid a lot of traffic, he should be able to get to the 4 from the 3. But in general, it's just a little bit of a tricky table here. On the 3, he doesn't have to go for this 3. He could play it safe, but yeah, you go for this 3. You shoot at this one. Playing for $4 grand, you gotta be confident in knocking this one in. He may not be cutting it this deep. No, he wasn't. Oh boy, second time this match where he's fluked the ball in and gotten hooked off of it.
I think he was hoping to be a little bit more over on it.
He just didn't want to make that 3, that's for sure.
Yeah, Sharia. Not like I did not just text you that, girlfriend. I I know we're slowly tracking back. I think he's starting to find his confidence again for sure, and just finding his stroke quite a bit.
Oh, I was gonna say that point is huge from there. You catch that point so often, you wouldn't think you would, but ball there. We're not playing all ball foul, so Drew just told him that he moved it and he moved it back.
It's good. Yeah.
What time is the pitching break?
11:30.
We got time.
Get some pizza or pasta.
What?
Get some pizza or pasta.
Italian's not exactly the most healthy food, I don't think.
Sorry, yeah.
Pasta? Huh?
48.
Yeah. We're like bumping up and down between like the 40s and 56, 60. Doing good.
Yeah.
So people keep texting me.
Huh?
So people keep texting me.
There's no need to leave yourself close to the rail here.
Gets
I'm
in
surprised.
the game a little bit,
Surprised.
and then he bounces back out.
Did you go back there?
Huh?
Did you go back there?
No. Too thick back there.
Yeah, it is. I got Marissa back there for me right now. Marissa's sitting back there next to him for me. So I'm like messaging her.
Must be straight on this 6 ball. You just draw straight back. Could have gone a little bit farther than he wanted, but you should be able to just draw this straight back all the way down the table. This is the shot of the rack, really. Nice smooth draw here. Oh,
Definitely not what he wanted. Oh, and definitely not what he wanted on that either.
yikes.
It's just like you said.
That's kind of where he was at. You know, he was just a little bit like closer to the rail than the 6 was, so it wasn't crazy easy. What's that?
What's Sam's last name?
No,
How do you spell the doll?
I don't know how to spell it. But well, it's like it's Sam or Sam D.
We're going with
Like
it.
D. Yeah.
Now we're going with the VAL. Oh, with an I.
Leave himself a little straighter than I thought he would here. Oh, he's all good though. Wants to leave
It's
it
okay, though.
angle. Yeah.
I think right now, like with how you're sitting, it'd be nice just to come off that rail maybe just a little bit. Just have a little bit more room to move with the cue ball. I think the biggest thing though is when you take the shot on the 8 and where you're gonna put yourself with that 9.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be straight here. Is all.
Yeah.
He's straighter than he wanted. Like he would have liked to be a good couple balls towards the center more. But I mean, I think he's still good.
Nice stuff. Nice off that rail.
Drew shoots those shots pretty good. That's kind of his style. Kind of stunning around the table. Oh wow, lucky there. Pretty fortunate. He miscued pretty bad on that shot.
Hell of a freaking drawback.
that he just caught it on the bounce to get any draw on it. I would say that was pretty fortunate.
Cruz definitely is a very well known for getting those nice rail shots, like you were saying. I mean, stunning a ball, or it's a very common practice that it gets worked on. Working on your straight shots, your spot shots, and rails. Because I think sometimes it just helps work on your and going back to cue ball control in a lot of ways.
This is no easy shot,
I mean, coming off the top, hoping don't follow.
especially right after a miscue. It was a good shot.
Nice shot.
Still has that little body movement on those pressure shots, which
Are you guys doing okay?
And I see.
I see.
Thanks, Jen. Oh yeah, for sure, Greg. Confident strokes on that. Yeah, I think he did just go take a little bit of a break. So I think that's and every time he's been taking a break, coming back, he's been shooting a lot stronger, a lot smoother. I think he's just starting to find his groove again and really just picking up his confidence. I think the pressure has helped quite a bit as well. It's probably the best break we've seen so far from him. Nice, clean, and made a ball, and even set up on that one ball a little bit. So we'll see how he runs the rack. Hopefully. Jeez, Greg, you gotta all freaking just gotta jinx it there. Okay, that was probably about my fault too, giving a little bit of a jinx. That's okay though, still a nice break, and we'll see. Wasn't a very easy shot, but also wasn't very difficult. It's kind of a make you guys see where it's at.
all right. Cash does not want to let him win one more game here. Definitely doesn't want to let him come back to having a 3-game lead. Drew has won the last 4 out of 5 racks after Cash won 8 in a row. Ooh, this is not easy. Honestly, I'm not sure if I cheated this shot. I'd have to try to find a safety off of this one just because it's not easy. It's strange. I'd have to be at the table to see what I would do here. We'll see what he elects to do. Misses the shot. Yeah, Heinrich. Chicken and rice money. Buy a lot of chicken and rice for 2,000. That's for sure. Now, if he tries to leave this on the rail, it's very thin. I can't say it was fortunate or unfortunate. Or I can't say it's unfortunate because, he didn't. I don't think he wanted to come into that 9 ball so close. See what he does here. So you have a little issue kicking side to side. If he can kick it, kicking from the low rail leaves you not a ton of ways to get safe. I mean, obviously the 9 ball's there, and it's an easier shot to kick, and probably is the shot, but you don't get safe here that often, I wouldn't say, unless you definitely don't want to hit this hard. You want to leave yourself an opportunity to get behind the 9. If he hit it hard and got fortunate. I don't know if Cash will play this bank or not. It's not really easy position for the 9. Yeah. He's probably just trying to leave his cue ball down in here. He's going that direction at least.
Good, you got all that teleprompter stuff figured out?
Yeah. Good.
And you clear it here. Here.
I've been drawing on it.
Oh, you have it?
No, I've been just pointing with it. But how would you clear it?
So you just. Let's try it. There you go.
Sweet. Thank you.
It's pretty hard to draw straight lines with that though.
I bet, yeah. This isn't an easy shot. The bad thing is if he cuts it to the side, he's going to end up fairly straight on the 6 ball most likely, which makes you really have to put a stroke on the 6 to get back to the 9. But if he shoots it in the corner, it's really tough to get on the 6, so he's probably just going to have to shoot this in the side and just try to judge speed to end up nearer to the middle of the table. That's interesting. Just played for the bank and has to force the cue ball around a bunch of rails. This is a pretty low percentage shot, I feel like. When you have to hit it so hard. So hard with spin, this is a difficult shot. Hit it well. Hit it really Got straight on the 9 though. He's just got to roll this forward. He's got to roll this forward and leave it in this area and just shoot it in the side. Take his medicine a little bit. Unfortunate, really, after that good shot on the 6. Now you just gotta stay still. Stay still on this shot, Drew. There's been a couple of these pressure shots that he's moved a little bit. And no shot will show that more than in the side, that's for sure. Yeah. Just that little bit of movement in his shoulders has plagued him on a couple shots. Pretty nice gift. Pretty nice gift for Cash here to go back up to a 5-game lead. And he does. Up 10-5, and it honestly should have been worse with the chances that Cash has had. He's had a couple missed shots. Drew has had 2 nice runouts in the previous 5 games, but Drew had one. Drew has still won 4 out of the last 6 games. So in the last little bit, he's had the momentum, and that may have killed the momentum right there. It might be Cash's turn again. We'll see how this break works out. This break has been just a little funny for Cash this whole time. Cash looks like Cash will be taking a break here. We'll be back when he comes back. Now, if there's any questions out there for me, I will answer him while he's on his break here. I know I'm not that special, but maybe there's some questions. I don't know. Brian, when am I gonna play again? I don't know. Like tournaments? I don't have any tournaments scheduled right now, but there will be probably one in September I'll play, and then maybe possibly 3 in August. But July is just kind of gonna be my summer a little bit. Try to hang out with family and just have a good time. We go fishing. Should be good. All right, we got Cash back at the table here. Yeah, buddy, go fishing. That's what I'm gonna be doing when I get back for 4th of July. Well, Cash is at the table. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but Cash breaking. You know, so far the kind of theme for Cash's breaks has been the second balls have been going high. So he needs to put a little bit more power into it, but he also needs to hit it square. So it's not much more power. Fly ball got kicked out there, maybe. Might have been going a little low, but overall his consistency with this break has not been ideal. Like that one was pretty flat. He needs more top English because the break he's using is it uses top English to pop the ball more than bottom English per se. Wow. That's a bad miss from Drew. I'm really surprised Drew missed that like that. Got away with it. But Cash has a must say here. Okay, so he's thinking about just kicking at this ball from the long rail, which he can get safe, but he can also scratch right off of it too. Just scratch in the opposite corner pocket. We'll see how this turns out here. He wants to hit it a little bit thicker than it would take to scratch. It is a little bit off the rail. Oh boy, Cash. Wasn't expecting that. He probably wasn't either. Big break for Drew here. This is a dream table. The 2 to the 3 is the biggest challenge here. Has Drew disappeared? Where did he go? I don't know what's happening. Drew. Oh, there he is. Okay, we're back. Oh, Drew, you have ball in hand, buddy. Was he not paying attention? Maybe he was on his phone. That's probably why I didn't shoot right away. No big deal, really. I mean, he should have been paying attention. And it was also in the pocket. So maybe he did know he had it and just shot it from there. A little bit of a poor shot there. I'm surprised he shot it like that. I thought he would kind of stun it a little bit differently. And just like stun underneath the six. rails, you're like in position really fast and you stay in position. That won't be good enough. Cash has been shooting these shots very well. This is a shot that he practices, very similar to the Mighty X shot. I don't know if you know what the Mighty X drill is, but very good stroke mechanics drill. Making sure you're cueing really straight. All he needs to do is draw back here about 3-4 inches. Nice smooth transition. A little bit quick on the forward swing, not as much follow through as he usually does, I would say. Just kind of punched at it just a little bit, but I don't know. It felt a little bit funny to me. We'll see, still has a good shot on this 4, but we'll see what he does with it. If he goes around 4 rails, or 3 rails rather. Yeah, 3 rails. Hit it too smooth. And left himself a shot. So, I mean, a little fortunate there, I would probably say. Hit it too smooth though. He needed to hit it better speed with that smooth. Now this is the shot of the rack. Just nice straight top English, real clean cut. Don't want it to rip anything. Good shot. It's easy for that ball to skid sometimes, but he hit it in a fashion where skid wasn't going to happen often. When you hit it with a little bit of, when you hit that shot with inside, you can have it skid a little bit more often, and then if you hit it with a little bit of outside, you have it skid a little more often. So just that top English wasn't so bad. Just pretty much a gimme out now. To go up 11-5, regain a 6 rack lead. This is going to 18, by the way. Not too much to say here. Cash has been playing very good in this set. Very little I would change at all about his game. He's had a couple strange misses, but I would say it hasn't shown as much because Drew has had a couple strange misses right back in the same rack. So, but against a better player, like a higher rated, ranked player, like that high 600s, 700 player, his mistakes would show a little bit more, I would say. Like this. This is technically a mistake, where he left himself on the 9. Yeah. Make no mistake, he should have made that ball, but he should have been a little bit better on that ball as well. I'm very surprised he drew that to the rim off of the 8 ball. I'm surprised he just didn't stun it or just stop it and just leave himself a little cut. No.
They're still going? Oh, it's 10-5. What are they racing to? 18? Wow. Oh, Drew's coming back. Oh, good.
Drew has won the last 4 out of the last 6.
I think the last time I looked, it was 7-1. It's been a while, but I'm glad to see Drew hit a gear.
Cash just missed this line ball on a very simple out. Probably played safe. Very
That's
surprised.
not safe.
That's
That's
not
not
safe.
That's like stop shot, right?
Pretty much. Can't hope for much more off of that. I'm surprised Drew didn't cut it that one, honestly. Drew's made some uncharacteristic errors. And Cash has made a few as well, but Drew has made them right back. So
How'd you do in Sacramento?
pretty good. I got 7th, 8th in the one pocket. My first one pocket tournament.
Congratulations, that's fantastic. There's some great players out there.
Yeah, no, I was super stoked. That was a great shot. See no spin on that stop shot, like literally perfect.
And stop shot, yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
Always shooting it left-handed. Cash is a very good left-handed player, actually. He works on his left-handed game quite a bit.
score.
Oh yeah. So 11-5, regaining a 6-game lead. Yeah, and then I got 9th in the 9th.
That's fantastic. Good for you. They had like 100 and something players, right?
140 in the one pocket, 170 in the 9. I was super happy.
Desiree runs a mean tournament.
Two.
A lot of players to get through in a
She
day.
runs a good tournament. I like that place a lot. Good food too.
Did you try the ramen?
No, I didn't.
It's on my list. I want ramen. I've never heard of a pool hall serving ramen, but I want it.
I bet you it's really good. They've got some real good cooks.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys playing league? Where did you?
Oh, it's Brooke's birthday tomorrow, so we always celebrate birthdays.
I'll have to say I got
Both cats are still here. Both of them actually just won.
Oh, cool.
Robert, who are you talking about that you
Yeah,
smoked
what's
in
up,
one
Andrew?
pocket?
It's me. It's April. I'm here. I just stopped by to say hi. I'm playing League with my Wicked Women Friday night team, and they're crushing it. It's super fun. And meanwhile, this is going on in the back room. Was he jumping?
Drew must have been on his phone or something. He didn't come to the table for a while either.
I don't know. I don't have message. I'm just answering messages.
I'd be a little bit surprised if Cash jumped at this. Cash is a very good jump shot player. He worked out. He learned a lot from a guy in Vietnam when he went to Vietnam. He learned a lot from a guy that was a good jumper from there. So it wouldn't shock me if he made this ball. Definitely a possibility. He's not favorite for it, but I would say he's probably 40%. Well, I would have said he was favorite to get over the ball, though. He'll be shocked with that one.
You know what? Oh, you're good.
I will be back.
Okay. See you shortly. Looks like we're getting some more views. Keep commenting. Let's hear some comments of what you guys are thinking about shots and different play position. Let's see what everyone's thoughts are about this. Coming up. Looks like Cash at the table trying to figure out how he wants to get to that ball. And looking a little tough. Probably going to try to come off side rail. And figure out what angle to go off though as well. Especially with that 2 ball being pretty close to the short rail. attempt by Cash. Definitely a really difficult shot. Using your ball in hand. So I think with how you're gonna have to play this is definitely just Drew nice and keeping it easy and slow. Playing it shot by shot. I mean, especially right now with how it's going. Setting himself up. So Drew's taking nice, easy, playing at his speed and his natural control with it. So definitely trying to figure out how to get on that 9 ball now, and then after that, finish out, get on 10 and put him up on 6. Nice around the rails with Drew. Left him a little more straight than he probably wanted to be, but it's okay. Hopefully he can make it in. On that corner pocket again. Nice shot.
Pulls it back to 5 behind.
I'm on the TV. I was like, where'd my mouse go? I forgot to freeze the TV screen. Kick my mouse off it.
Alrighty. I didn't see what happened there. What happened? Cash missed a shot.
Yeah, so the 2 ball was up on this short rail and the cue ball is way over here. So Cash had to figure out how to bank it, which, obviously that is a very, very hard shot to just even make or even hit alone. He completely missed it. And so Drew got ball in hand and then just had a nice easy smooth run out after that. Played the 2 in the right pocket, got his nice push and leave on the 3, set himself up. And then towards the end, the 8, 9, 10 were still in those kind of direct spots. 8 off the rail, 9 back in it, and then I think he was trying to get a little more angle onto his 10, but got a little bit straight. The cue ball just kind of lost all of its speed, and so, but still, obviously, made the 10 ball. So. But it looks nice break, but scratch on.
Yeah. 4 to the 5 is the biggest shot in this rack. Well, yeah, I mean, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Get a little closer with your 1, 2, 3, so.
Pretty simple. As long as he gets good on this 4 ball from the 3, he should be fine.
Kind of take a little bit of a down and back method almost on this. Back and forth a little bit on the 2 and 3.
I would probably try to get just real straight on this 4 ball from the 3. Obviously, he wants to be a little bit high on this 3. Forward.
I was taking a 2 ball.
Yeah.
Yes,
He was queuing top English on that ball. I don't think he'll go queue low. And then he wants to be just a little bit high on this 3, which he kind of has to be with how much angle he has on the 2. So said, I want to be a little bit straight on this 4 ball, I imagine. But it depends on what I have to be on the table, but he's looking like he's wanting to go above the 4. A little bit tougher to control because you have to have like no side spin on this ball right here. It's a good shot. Elevates him a little bit though, so now this is a very tough. This is a real tough shot.
Jesus, already like 10:30.
Yeah.
So weird. Like sometimes, like when you sit in the bar, then you like don't look at the clock for a bit. You look, it's like time just flies by.
Match has been going on for 3.5 hours.
I think sometimes after about 3 hour mark, you start to hit your grind point. You know, people they're probably starting to get tired. This is when fatigue starts to hit a little bit in a way, and
That's why I like long sets.
shows who can grind down and push an extra gear in.
I've practiced for this. Wow, good shot. Good shot there.
Great shot by Cash. That was. I think he was even by the little head nod. He was a little
Not a
excited
ton
about
of
it.
reward, honestly. If he didn't hit the 9, you would have been better on this 5.
Yeah.
But
I'd be worried about scratching in that side pocket.
John, I use Tome V10 chalk, and so does Cash.
Oh, that little green chalk.
Yeah. I really like it. It keeps everything real clean compared to the Masters. Masters gets in the cloth a lot more.
I was like, shocker, I make that difference.
I mean, as long as you're chalking every shot, it doesn't make a difference for cueing. But as far as cleanliness, it helps out a little bit. This is tough. He could just play this with a ton of bottom English and with inside, like bottom inside, and drag it with a little inside, but decide to go all the way around. Real good shot. Real good shot. This is a tester now. Little bit of a tester. Wants to draw back. Kind of more stun drawback. As long as he hits it real clean, he should be fine. And when I say hit a ball clean, I mean hit it where you want it. Like if you're aiming for center pocket, you hit it to center pocket. Then all of your internal calculations will be correct as long as you hit it where you think you're gonna hit it or where
Definitely
you want it.
did not hit that even on the cue right. I think he even noticed that once he stood up, he was like, no, that just came off wrong all the way around.
Right. And that was a difficult shot.
Trying to get yourself over enough more for that 8 ball, especially with that 9 where it's sitting. See, with me, I would have, because that 6 and cue were fairly straight in a way. Maybe chasing it up just a tad bit past that 9, take your 8 the other direction.
He's kicking at this ball to make it 2 rails. Good effort. Maybe not the shot where you're gonna get safe the most often, especially with hitting bottom English like that's just gonna stop there a lot. Now, I wouldn't blame Cash if he decides not to shoot this ball. Like you gotta. I would probably shoot it. A lot of times you do just have to shoot at this ball, but uh, it's just not an easy shot. Like anybody can miss this shot. So he didn't play for it. Played a very nice shot.
Trying to play as a little bit safe, get on the other side of the 8 ball, looks like.
Yeah, very nice shot. I'm not sure if he hooked him or left him a potable shot, but hit it almost, well, pretty much just like he wanted to.
So you see part of the 6 though.
Yeah, I think he
On
can
the other
see
side, in
part
between
of
the
it.
8 and the 10. It looks like he's gonna try to kick it again. Or come around it.
Yeah, he's kicking it again. Now he doesn't want to hit this one hard. He wants to play this with. Man, Drew just goes like all out for a lot of these kicks. He just like he's really kicking to make it. He doesn't. Maybe he hasn't had that experience like with Adam King. Adam King is very good about that, and I'm sure he talks about it in his lessons sometimes. By the way, Adam King has some of the most underrated, like, not even underrated. Like, I'm sure he's like rated super well, but he has a very good lessons out here in Colorado. So hit him up if you wanna learn some high level knowledge about the game. And what he would say, and what he does with those kick shots, is the same thing that Corey Dole everybody does. Like you have to pick a shot in your mind that you have an opportunity to get safe. Like you're not gonna make kick shots very often. You want to try to play it with the speed to where you're gonna leave it near a rail. So like with that 6 ball that Drew kicked at, he probably would want to just play. It's not there. So 6 ball was right here, 2 ball was up here. He was kicking this way at it. He wanted to leave this, kick it so that the 6 ball would go this way, off this rail, and back up to here. And that's like a very doable shot, especially if you kick at it with the right speed, because there's several different areas on this 6 ball that you
Oh,
can
you're talking
kick.
about when the 6 and 8 were blocking. It's fine.
Yeah.
See, I was thinking, because you could still see it. So same thing, like when we were talking about that, is because because this was the 8, and then this was a 6, but it was just enough up that I thought he could, in a way, like pretty much come up and like slice past the 8 ball almost enough.
Right.
Even same thing, like kind of trying to go for a kick, but really just trying to get a little bit of a touch on it, even if you can't fully get around to the kick. Because coming off that rail, especially with how the spins have been and how the felt's been playing, you don't always know if that rail is gonna kick it back to that direction you needed it to. The short kick.
Right. I feel like Drew has a good enough feel of the table that I feel like he could do some accurate kicks, but he's been hitting his kicks very hard always.
Yeah.
Like he's never hit a kick soft, which is
So maybe taking it as a different approach like that, taking it as a softer approach instead of a harder approach.
and that's like that can be one of the things that could get him to the next level, like to where, because you're not always gonna kick safe, but if you kick it at the right speeds to get safe, like it's gonna improve your games a lot.
4 ball dropped.
Like this one to fall. Oh,
Yeah.
it didn't.
Yeah, that'd be nice for sure, especially because you're on the other side of the 8 ball, helping with that too.
So it wouldn't surprise me if Cash jumps at this ball, because he can't. Like the 2 balls over a pocket.
Yeah, that's pretty close in the pocket though. The 1 ball is.
It is like
But I feel like sometimes is when you're playing on a diamond table, is how it ain't even just how tight the pockets are, but how deep into the pocket a ball can sit. YOLO. I'm not wrong, am I?
I would say this is a tough shot because both the 3 and the 2 are over a pocket. So you can't really just push to make the 2 ball and leave him a jump. And if he leaves him a jump, this 1 ball's just in the pocket and the 2's over the pocket. So if he pushes to a jump here, I don't like his chances.
It looks like he is gonna
Unless he
push.
does this. I like this if he pushes to a really long jump up from the 8 ball. Keeping the 8 ball as the blocker, but a real long jump.
And that
But-
6 is kind of hugging right where you would almost want him in the 7's block, and then where you'd want to try to even kick off a rail with, too.
Yeah, that 7 ball takes out all the kicks almost.
But right now, though, if you're using a bridge, you got to worry about even cue ball control on this, even on a push.
Yeah, it's
It's all about
this
speed.
is a tough little situation.
It looks like he's going to try to jab it, but might even bounce back.
I don't like this at all because,
He's going to hand it back. I would
Yeah.
I would hand this back.
Drew will take this every day.
I would
Drew,
not. Did not take this.
no, Drew will take this for sure.
He's getting his jump. Yeah.
What? You didn't take it? Oh no, you definitely need to take this because Cash is gonna make this every time. Like
You're really jumping over a 9. You're jumping over a ball.
Cash.
I guess not like an over ball in this sense, but that 9 and a Q are very close together. That's what I'd be more worried about when it comes to this jump shot.
But the good thing is, in this situation, it's not all ball fouls. So it's not like it's a all ball foul event. So technically, even if he hits the 9 with his Q, it's not a foul. So you're not worried about that as much as if it was all ball. Yeah, like he's making that all day long. Unfortunate, really, to just have it stop there.
Great jump though. I'll give him that. That was a great jump.
I'm really surprised.
One thing about the
he
jump
didn't
is like, even though you're coming up on top and trying to, you got in a way like you're gonna jack down onto it.
Yeah.
It's just with how close the Q and the 9 were sitting is where that problem I think would be at. Sometimes is you're not really getting into the jump maybe that you're gonna want to be
If
at.
you had to hit it with bottom English with the jump shot, then we wouldn't take it.
Yeah.
Because you can't hit that part of the ball. I don't know if you can see this or not. He may be jumping at this too again. No, he can. Yeah, he can see it. So just follow this. Back out a foot off of the bottom rail again. Oh, played it rail first. Huh.
I guess you could see more of it than I thought.
Wouldn't surprise me if he plays this up for the side pocket, up past the 6 ball where he's pointing right now. The only thing is, you want to make sure you get far enough. You don't want to be short on this shot because if you're short on it and your cue ball's running, if you land like here, your cue ball's running this way off the shot, where if you land here, your cue balls, you can move your cue ball all around. Like you can play around with it as long as you're low. And you can also shoot this 5 ball up in the corner if you want it.
Yeah, let's see. Wait. Oh, I was gonna say don't get rid of the dots yet. Let's see where it is.
I mean, he left himself on the rail, which makes it a lot trickier, but
Hit it a little heavy.
it's still better than probably a little bit better than if you were above it a little. But the rail does make this very tough. So it wouldn't shock me if he decides to just play this up in the corner. Just make a really nice recovery shot. It just depends if you're more confident, making the easier shot on the side and getting a harder shot on the 6th, or harder position on the 6th. Oh, we decided to bump it. It's a pretty good shot. It must have laid real nice for him. So Cash. 6 games away. Is that right?
Yeah.
Six games away. With a 6-game lead. how Cash has been playing so far. For a 620 Fargo, definitely not too many mistakes, and I'm sure he's happy with his overall performance so far. Like that shot, what a nice shot. Really, that was a really smooth shot right there. Now you can just do straight draw, maybe a little bit outside, and he's just trying to come into this angle. Into this angle towards this diamond, essentially. If he goes lower than that, he's worried about speed control a lot if he's coming into here. Sorry about my lines. It's not very easy to draw straight lines with this.
I know you're looking at me. I'm trying to like look with my one eye, and I was like, I had a lash in my eye, so I was trying to get it out. I'm like, I'm watching. I'm like trying to see where you're going with your angles. I know you were trying to go up and around for it.
He's
So you're
going
looking at
top English all the way around it. Hits the point of the side. And he gets lucky as hell, and he knows it.
yeah.
Wow.
Luckily, that 10 ball ended up rolling. He got enough pressure with it, but if not, the cue ball ended up trying to going dead.
Well, if
And
he hits that 10 any other way, it's way tougher than this.
yeah. Going home?
Head out. Let me know if anything goes haywire over here.
Okay. I don't think it will. It's fine. I'll submit it all when we're done. Okay. Scooter, grab the money.
Yes.
Does
Yeah, it's in
Facebook
the
still
office.
cut it off at 6 hours?
Huh?
Does Facebook still cut off at 6 hours?
It cuts off between 4 to 8. It depends on the quality of the video. What
It
is
should be
that?
fine. Going on 4.
Almost.
It should be fine.
Just announce to follow on YouTube Piazzas Live.
I think it'll be fine because when we did it for the women's tournament, we were up until 4 a.m. and still running it. It was.
Yeah. Yes, and that's why one time I was running one and it cut off at 2 hours. Yeah.
Maybe
But
it's-
even we were messing. I was like having to mess with the view of it though, like
Yeah.
while we were doing it. So that's probably why I was like staying on.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like it depends on the quality of the video, like when it's rolling and stuff.
That's good.
Take off that disconnect since someone's sitting up here.
I like watching because like if I go over there, I can actually like you can really see up close like the little gaps.
Yeah.
Versus like here, it's like too pixely, so you can't really see it.
Yeah.
And you go look at the TV, you can actually see like. Cause at first I thought 2 balls were frozen, but there was like a gap in between them, and you can't see it on here, but you can see it on there. See a little more.
Okay. I'll see you guys later.
See ya.
You guys gonna cut tomorrow?
Uh,
It's 1,000.
I don't know yet. Probably not. I don't think so. Huh?
I'll see you next week. We'll go to wine soon.
Oh yeah. What are you doing? I guess this week.
During the week? During the day?
Like yeah, like Monday. I don't know. Are they open on Tuesday? It might be open on Tuesday. What are you doing on Monday? Because Monday's not a holiday, but people have off for a holiday.
Just getting my assistant ready and then that's it.
You know, maybe Monday afternoon. Because I just have to do orders and emails in the morning, but I'm off by like noonish. So you want to go like 2ish? I'll text you like Sunday about it.
Yeah. Yes.
I will call you if you do not text me back though and be like, answer your phone.
Harass me.
Yeah.
Cash reestablishes a 7-game lead. His highest lead was a 7-game lead at 8-1. And it's kind of been back and forth, but yeah, like that last rack, Drew didn't take on that jump shot, which I was really surprised off of that push. He gave it back to Cash, and Cash got a little fortunate from the 7 to the 8, but other than that, he had a pretty nice out. This is interesting. Pushing for a 6 to be the blocker. this isn't easy, I would probably give this one back. Yeah, he gave it right back. We'll see how Cash does here. Talking about something. Oh wow, he's trying to two-rail kick this. I don't like this at all. Because even if he does, he could hit it full like and magically get behind the six or kick the one in the side, but I guess it is going up down into traffic regardless. But I felt like he didn't get safe very often. 6 ball got a rail. So he's all good there. I mean, he didn't leave him a shot, so I guess that was okay. At least it turned out okay, but I felt like if you hit that, one ball thinner on the right side of it, you're kind of hosed. He wasn't going for that, folks. Got a safety out of it. Not sure it's a safety you wanted, but it works out. See if Cash can make a highlight reel jump shot here. Well, he's kicking. I don't mind jumping at this. Yeah, he's going to jump at this ball. You still have a chance of getting safe off of it. But you also have a decent chance of making this ball, especially with Cash. Cash can, he makes these balls fairly often. Good jump shot form. Okay, hit it full. Is he gonna leave a shot? Oh, it looks like he is. All right, big chance for Drew here. Not too many problems after this one ball. Alright. Nice smooth action. Don't jump up on this one, Drew. Yeah, way smoother than some of the other ones he was moving on. But unfortunately, he moved the 3, which should be fine, but it's just a little bit more work he's got to do. Just straight top English. Doesn't want to hit the 9. Oh. Now he's reaching pretty good. Won't shoot him left-handed. He's pretty confident in his left-handed game.
Okay, so fun fact of the day is actually so with Drew as strong of a player he is, and with me playing with him as often as I do, he actually has a shoot left-handed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no.
Practicing.
We equal the playing field in this relationship. There's got to be some equalization. And same thing, like if with Tommy coaching me and stuff too. If I want to play with him on the table, we usually either he has to play all of his balls into one pocket or play an opposite hand. It's not as much of a difficulty for him in some ways, but and enough that it still will make him work and work on challenges and get practices in.
It's good to have that left-handed game.
So Drew's biggest thing is right now working left-handed and working on banking even with left-handed. So big things right now, kind of right now. I'm working on it. Or I make him play one-handed and he can't use the rail either.
Right, that's tough. I've played that. Kind of lit up on that one. I'd like to see him play that one a little bit more positive instead of rolling it. Because a little angle on that 8 ball is fine. He may have gotten away with this though. Cash might not have a full ball game.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to. With how close it is to the 8 and the 7, you're gonna have to be worried about if you're gonna try to even like push it with the rail too. Cause that cue ball maybe hitting the 8 first.
Right. Good.
Cause I would almost in a way kick it into the rail, like kind of try to push them.
The rail first is on. play this rail first cut shot, but he could also play it just a one rail kick shot and safe him behind an 8. There's two ways to do it. But
Yeah, he's
I like
looking at
this
what
where
I'm
he's-
looking at.
yeah, I like this where he's looking. So just low English,
See about
stop shot.
like where he pointed at is what I'm looking at though. Is if he gets the wrong spin, is if it hits into the 8 and 7 together at the same time, or hits the 8 first.
Oh,
Because I have kind of close they are together, almost in a way.
right. If he does, he looks like he might be measuring that now. If he does go to rail first,
See it?
no, he's gonna play a stop shot. But he'll hit the 7 roll a lot fuller, so he won't have to worry about this 8 ball at all probably. He definitely doesn't want to lose his cue ball forward. He definitely want to spin it or draw it enough to where it doesn't go forward. Definitely drew it enough to where it doesn't go forward. Left it long, but make but with this, this is a very difficult shot for Drew right now. He's got a little pressure on him. Maybe he doesn't have a lot of pressure. He's with his lead, but we'll see how he cues this. That's what his transition looks like with his stroke. He's a little bit fast with that transition. Now Cash has just got to gin this 7 ball. Not an easy shot by any means, but it's a shot you kind of have to shoot. Alright, check out this transition from forward swing to back swing. Slow back, forward. Beautiful shot. What time is your, was that midnight? Alright, cool. I might order something here in a little bit. Thank you. I'll take some more. Go ask something.
Tonight's out by Cash, and looks like we're about to hit the final little home stretch of this match. Hopefully Drew can put in that extra next gear and just start getting rolling with it. Next break by Cash. Looks like it's a nice get open table. Trying to find where he needs to go after that one ball to get around to that. Going for a push shot instead. My apologies. I was looking at the wrong ball. It's actually the 5 ball. It's getting late. I was not getting as good without my glasses on.
Right.
Yellow.
No.
So, yep. Cash missed the 3 ball. Ended up sending 3 up though on it. So, a little bit of ways, so kind of a cut.
Drew definitely needs this game.
It's time to start closing the margin a little bit, hopefully.
It is a necessity at this point. He wants to put in a competition in there.
Starting to reach a little bit of a home stretch, kind of.
Cash only needs 4 more games. Drew's gonna have to really step it up and not have the kind of just random mistakes he's been having. He's having a little bit of an off time, I think.
Oh, and checked on him earlier. He had a little pile of Starbursts at his table.
Yeah.
And he said, every time I miss a shot, I'm eating a Starburst. So when all my Starbursts are gone, I can't miss any more shots. So now I'm kind of wondering if his Starbursts are gone.
Yeah.
Have a little smart kind of way to kind of
I
take
might
your
get
mind.
too hungry. I might just start missing shots. So
I
I
know.
can Starburst.
It's kind of, I think it's a little bit of a smart way though, just kind of make yourself, in a way, keep mental thoughts.
I'd have taken a handful of those Starbursts and threw them in the garbage. No more misses.
Yeah, I know someone, one of our friends that brought them, they're like, Riley, go grab a hand. Just go grab a few.
Right.
Because then it'll shorten his miss strategy. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I am going to take some, though. Thank you very much. I would like a few Starbursts.
Get out though.
Nice job by Drew.
Clean out, look like.
And with his break, hopefully he gets a nice, good, clean break and run another rack and
Right.
keep shrinking that margin a little bit.
That's really what he needs. He needs to break and run like 2 or 3 to really put the pressure back on Cash. Because Cash really doesn't have a ton of pressure on him right now. I mean, still up 7 games at this point. So Drew needs to run a 2-pack here. That's the big. That's really what it comes down to.
Not back on servers, I'm gonna get one.
Alright. See how Drew's break is here. Great, but he made a ball, I think. Yeah, made a ball, made the 6 ball. 1 ball is not easy by any means, because to get good on this 2, you have to be pretty far on the other side of the table. So, like, it wouldn't surprise me if he drew back for this ball. We'll see what he does, though. But the thing that Drew's been doing a little bit differently is he's hit some of these stun shots a little harder than he needs to. He can just if he hits this clean, just like that. Yeah, that's a lot better, because earlier in the match he was hitting those like way too hard. He was trying to force it over when he really didn't have to. And like with that shot, he cued it well. He let the natural path of the cue ball just keep going. And that 1 ball could have gave him a little bit of confidence, because that was no gimme. And he needs to get this one out, but I mean, 4 to the 5 is, biggest quote unquote problem. Oh no, we got way too low on this ball. But it was the same way. Like with that one, he needed a little bit more of a powerful stun. But he's starting to realize that those harder stun shots aren't accepting on this table as much, which is a good thing. Really quick on the transition again there. Didn't leave it bad. I like Cash for this shot, but still not easy. Just hit this one. Just watch his transition on this one. With these ones, he really makes sure, that he's not, and it's not even make sure, he's just put so much time into his stroke mechanics that, you'll hardly ever see him have a fast transition on these kind of shots. So, watch this. Have a nice slow backswing, not too much of a pause, and forward. Just perfect. Just as good as you would teach right there. That's a good stroke to emulate for you amateurs out there. Good shot there. Really nice. Now he's going to have to leave himself a little bit more of an angle on this 8. Because he may not have the angle to go forward 2 rails underneath the 9. So we may just have to stop it, but he would really like to get underneath the 9, but he doesn't want to force anything, like I was just saying. So he doesn't want to do anything unnecessary. I think I might have to shorten up my bridge length. I like how his bridge length is looking. Mine is a good 4 inches longer than that. It's probably not great. It's not a bad thing, but it's just not ideal probably. That was a good shot right there. Like that nice stun shot. He's been hitting fairly well. Because that 7 was close to the pocket, but like it's easy to just it's easy to cheat the pocket subconsciously. Same way on this shot, just all top English, no cheat in the pocket. Just take what the table gives you on this one. Good deal. Nice smooth draw to the rail here. This will be pretty. Again, check out this transition with a little bit of a harder shot, or quote unquote harder paced shot. See how even when he has to like make up some energy into the cue ball quickly, that transition from forward to backswing isn't like harsh. He doesn't stop the cue harshly and he doesn't start the cue harshly. That is huge. Like huge in this, in just improving your game. And he makes it 15-7. 3 more to go for Cash. We'll see if he can do it. I'm very surprised that Cash hasn't had a break and run. He's had a break that he was hooked on the 1 ball and pushed out, got it back and ran out. Made a jump shot and ran out. But he hasn't gotten a break and run. With how he was breaking this morning, like, I'm very surprised. Alright, nice square hit here. Let's see how he hits it. Oh, hit it real nice. And of course he has no shot. Probably his best, one of his better breaks of the match, and he doesn't get a shot on the 1. Yeah, you're right, John. He's been showing his class in this match, I think. You know, it wouldn't shock me if Cash jumped at this, but I think he's probably going to push out onto the 3. Leave the cue ball near where the 3 is now, just to leave it a little bit closer jump. And, yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Just leave it not such a far jump, and I don't think Drew will take it on, which he probably shouldn't because of where the 2 is. But, because I mean, essentially you're playing a jump shot to a safety afterwards, but Drew needs to make something happen in this match, so a bunch of different levels to it. Like, if Drew was ahead, there's no way he's taking a shot. But behind, you kind of want to make something happen. Need to make something happen. Nice attempt there. This was the problem with the jump shot. Even now, when he has a fairly easy shot on the one ball, getting on this two correctly is not easy at all. I may play for a safety here, but I don't know. We'll see what he does. I'd have to be at the table to know for sure what I would do. Yeah, he's just playing for a safety. Try to lock him up underneath his 7 probably, unless he just cuts at this and goes 2 rails, which he could, but I don't think he will.
Going for the safe shot.
Yeah, good shot. Left it over the pocket, close to the pocket, so Drew can definitely give this jump another go. Not easy to get on the 3, but he may have a bank after he makes the 2. Yes, Robert, this is a race to 18. Even race to 18.
Yep.
Doesn't quite get over that 8 ball there. A little bit further jump than the last one was. Alright, 5 to the 7. 5 to the 7. He will probably want to be low on this 5 ball to get to the 7. Unless he wants to be high on it and draw out 2 rails. So we'll see where he ends up. He will definitely take a look after he shoots this 3 ball.
I think I'd almost want to put a little bit of a stop shot on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop shot will leave him off the rail a little bit. Perfect. You can thank Riley for the good commentary.
Oh no. You're doing all the analyst stuff. I'm just making the little side chats.
I'm too analytical. I can't joke very well on the stream. I don't know why.
So that's why it's always nice to have at least two people say here, because then someone can just kind of help break it down.
That's why Adam King is such a great commentator, because he can just say funny things while being analytical. It's great.
See, I gotta like either like start with watching it and then like he's playing and then like I'll like read the comments and I'll be like telling a little bit of a side joke. Greg and I were getting at it a little bit ago when he got up at one point.
I ain't giving you 10 games to 18, Stefan. What are you talking about? I'll give you 4. 4 or 5. Ooh.
Oh. Definitely not what he was hoping for.
That was a tricky shot, being a little bit hampered by that 8.
Yeah.
Left him a shot, but not easy being so close to the 5. I imagine he's just gonna play this 5 ball as a little bit of a jacked up like stop or draw, and then play it safe off of the 7. Stefan, you should be spotting me in a race to 18, if anything, honestly.
Oh. What's your Fargo been looking like, Stefan?
Yeah. See him a little bit.
Then we start clarifying who should be getting some weight.
He's queuing at this as a level Q, so watch the double hit. That's a double hit. In my opinion, that was a double hit. Barely 600, whatever, Stefan. Don't believe it for a second. I believe that was a double hit, but obviously there's no refs in this, so
And Cash didn't challenge it either, so
yeah. I mean, there's no.
I
It's
think
not
that-
like you're gonna call anybody within this kind of match anyway.
yeah. I think unless you're really like neck and neck and you really want to start disputing it by that point, then you'll make the comment. But it is their choice between these two players whether or not they care to say it. And there are actually a few refs in the room around here, so if they do need to have a ref or someone watch,
was-
there are plenty of people in here
And
that
it was
can
close.
spot.
Like, it wasn't a super obvious one, but I feel like you got a little bit more out of it. But some of it don't matter. Cash shouldn't win this rack anyway after poor position on the 5.
Oh, but Drew's gonna give him a chance.
That's like again that just little bit of movement in Drew's shoulders on some of these pressure shots. If anybody out there is having trouble with movement, to practice that, I would say just in practice, just shoot normal shots. Just shoot normal shots and stay completely still on the ball until all the balls stop moving, including the cue ball. And shoot several racks like that a day. And that'll really improve your ability to just be able to stay down on the shot like really easily. It's just a bad habit, it's all. And sometimes you don't even realize you're doing it.
Yeah.
And maybe Drew doesn't realize he's doing it, and when he comes back and watches it, he'll notice it and improve on it.
And that's what's so great about
Good shot.
being on a live
Oh,
stream
wow.
too. Don't drink alcohol. Okay.
And I don't. Yeah, I definitely don't.
I was like, are you 21 yet? No, I didn't think so. It's okay. I'll have a drink for us.
I'm on my 5th glass of water here.
I don't know. That was my second one I had icing. I am a calm drinker. I really like to lose the full control line. Granted, Cash left. Drew a pretty tough bank on that, but still kind of sucks. So getting yourself rattled into that pocket. Ooh, left himself pretty straight though.
Not easy here.
So there's yes. Not even so much that it's a big difference. It's like so I was at Pharaoh's a couple weekends ago, and I was playing with Chris McDaniels and Drew, and they were explaining to me it's not even so much the table size difference. It's about all your angles. Your angles really change, and it's not even that it's a big difference, but it's just readjusting to the size. So it's definitely. But
Fortunate for Cash there. Yeah, no,
knowing for Drew, he plays on a 9-foot table on a regular basis, and that really actually helped with his bar box game. And
9
a
foot's
lot.
the best thing for your bar box game. As long as you can play on the bar box enough to know what it. Because there is a thing called bar box position, which is just a lot of short side
Yeah.
instead of moving the cue ball. With 9 foot, you move the cue ball a lot. Good attempt there. He went all out. I like it. Just went all out for it. But yeah, patterns is like huge for 8-ball. I don't think I got to finish my point earlier that if you want to learn patterns, you watch Corey and Shane in the USBTC or US Bar Table or US Open 8-ball Championships, and you pause the video after they break and see if you can pick out what pattern they're going to choose.
Yeah.
And then you play it and see how they do it differently and try to figure out why. And I did that for like 3 years.
That's interesting.
And it improved my game. It improved my bar box 8-ball patterns immensely.
Yeah.
Like it's
So you
really,
look
really
at what
good.
their break is, and then you decide kind of
yeah.
what they're gonna run it on.
Yeah. What suit? And you can do it for both suits. Like then you really start to see where trouble balls are and what you don't think are trouble balls that actually are.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It's a good thought. It's good. It's a good way to even learn. I mean, probably even the game and strategy even more too. It's not even because patterns is such
Especially
thing.
if you don't have access to a practice table.
Yeah.
It's like something that you can like improve on without even needing a table.
Oh yeah. I think a big thing is too sometimes. I mean, I guess for you don't have to worry about it so much, but for lower level starting player, is the patterns are gonna constantly change, especially if you're knocking into a ball, you're not thinking about it. That changes the whole pattern all over again because you're not, as a player like you're not thinking about, oh yeah, my cue ball might bump it, might move it at this much,
Right.
but you're not thinking about if it smashes into a option,
And obviously, like if there's a breakout, you kind of, if there's a breakout in 8 ball, you want to try to get to the breakout as early as possible because then you have the most amount of chances to come out on another
and
ball.
kind of fix it up. Yep.
So didn't hit that one like you wanted to, but still made a ball.
Yeah, Anthony, I think Drew is playing a little bit quicker today than he normally does. I think he was just trying to find his little groove and pattern. There's been a few times where he's slowed down, trying to get up and rethink his thoughts and everything like that.
Right. And unfortunately, I haven't watched Drew play a ton, so I can't be like, oh well, he's doing this way different, and like this is how, because I can help him fix it. But,
his speed doesn't always change a lot. I mean, it's not like you're going super slow to a mild speed to a very fast speed, but you can see a little bit of his changes here and there and everything like that. And he is playing a little bit quicker than he normally does. I think he's just trying to make. I know, like sometimes if you're just shooting balls, trying to get a little bit of a pace set. I think that's what he was trying to do a little bit today, just in a sense, like almost playing quick play, not trying to let your brain get too ahead. Don't overwork yourself mentally because this is as much of a mental game as it is a physical.
100%. Like once you know all the shots, it's all between your ears.
Yep.
That's what Bill Mayo always said. Are you out there, Bill Mayo? Probably not. You're probably driving your bus on the way here. Yeah, Stefan, I do breaking lessons, $60 for an hour, and I'll work on it with you for sure if you're down with that.
You offer breaking lessons, or else you offer?
I do other lessons sometimes, but there's other, for people down here, there's other people that are around that it would be better to go to them because they're around.
Yeah.
You know, like you can go to them to ask something afterwards. Nice shot there from Cash.
Get off of it.
I might just eat up here.
Okay. You're
I gotta hop out of the booth to eat something.
good. I'm good. I saw have my seat. Thank you.
Worst timing.
Huh?
Worst timing is like just getting good.
Hey, it's right there though. See?
At least I can run it.
Yeah. And if need be, just start talking. I'll do the double. Be like, Ty said this. Yeah. Nice saves by Drew getting behind that 3 ball. Definitely pushing that 2 ball down the table a little bit of ways, giving Cash something to think about. Did you want an actual? Did you just use your pocket knife? Did you see a pocket knife? You know what? Go. Yeah, Robert, Ty and I have been sitting together in the booth, going back and forth with each other, and at the same time, once in a while getting up, taking breaks, being able to go back and check in on both the guys and making sure they're doing okay. Being as supportive and fun commentary as we can, and talking about all the shots and everything like that. 100%, John, I agree with you. I think sometimes titles matter and sometimes don't, and in this kind of sport, it always is changing, and there's always great players and people that are coming up, and even players that won big titles that are working for the next one. Well, it looks like Drew made a little bit of a mistake on that sixth ball, not making it in it, but sending it into that pocket a little bit. So now Cash is going to see if he can run a little bit of this out at. Taking this 8 into this corner, trying to look like he's going to try to set himself up for the 9 going to the side, and then 10 going into the next corner is what I think the run would want to be like. Yeah, Cash and Drew are both very strong bar box players as well. That's what they both play in majority of all their tournaments in, but playing on a big table is always nice just to make it a little more of an extra challenge for them. That's strong players. Nice out by Cash, so put him up 17-7. So this is a race to 18. So with Cash on the final break, since he is on the hill, see if he can take it for a win or if Drew can hold him over a little bit longer and try to really fight back. I thought even when it's like this, it doesn't matter till that last ball drops. I keep forgetting it's like not my full swirly chair, so I can't like lean back into it. I have one for this, like that I had. Like I just can't sit on with these anymore. They just lean too much. It's supposed to help with good posture to have a no back chair. See, we've talked about that before, but the thing is, though, is you with how we used to how the live streams go on these two tables with an actual booth, you can't see those tables. It's just with, like how it's set up. This is actually not really that bad of a corner to be in, but it's definitely because usually this speaker that's like near us is off. So agreed with you, Robert. This would have been a good opportunity for a break and run. It's nice, easy open, and looks like everything's got a fair way to get into pockets. Not like it's too crowded around each other. Cass missing that shot though onto that one ball definitely makes it a little more difficult. Like Drew take it though and make a shot. Left himself a little bit tough on the 2 ball, but probably can get a little bit past that 8. Definitely having to worry about it being a tight cut. No, it's playing it as a safe. Probably didn't think that if playing how he wanted to play the 2 ball originally, with when he bumped that 5, putting it closer to 3, it definitely made that a tougher shot to try to figure out how to get around and make a shape onto. Cash playing it safe as well.
Alright. I'm back.
Good burger.
Yeah, it was good. 500 calories over my limit today. It's fine.
You count those?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to lose some body fat.
Huh?
Just trying to lose some fat.
Oh.
No. Boy. Unfortunate, really, but I really went all out for that, too. No early 10s in this, so I won't be playing for this 310 combo.
Give your intermittent fasting.
Not on purpose. But I'll go like a long time without eating.
I was reading this article about this lady nutritionist. She's saying like shocks by intermittent fasting and the properties has with like fat burning and everything because at some point once it's a certain amount of hours your body then used up all that built up food storage that you already ate and then after so many hours after that then it goes into your reserves and then once your reserves are gone then it eats into your fat
That makes sense.
and trying to pretty much
How many hours does that take? Like 60?
yeah it's like roughly around that. I'll have to find that
That's
lady.
about what I do, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, I don't eat till 2 p.m. a lot of times.
But when you stop eating though for the evening,
Yeah, it's like 7.
yeah, that's like the people are like, oh yeah, I don't eat till 2 in the afternoon. I'm like, yeah, that's not like the whole when you start eating, but it's like when you stopped eating before that as well.
But when I'm practicing, I have to eat breakfast.
I get a little brain fuel.
Here's a tip for the pool players out there.
Don't starve
From
yourselves.
from all of my experience with it, the perfect time to eat before a match is 2.5 to 3 hours before. That way, 'cause
I'm a snacker.
if you're still like digesting your food, it takes blood away from your brain essentially, and it's much more difficult to focus
I think
when you're on a full stomach.
I usually go with not really when I play in tournaments I'm more of a snack kind of person so I try to deal with light easy meats so not really density in food but maybe like a couple eggs something that's high protein your body will break down a lot easier too so even it's like like you said digestive system your brain thought a lot of that's even different ways of looking at the nutrition with it and so what you're eating makes all the difference so if you're going with a more of a breadier higher calorie denser food that weighs on you a lot more like pastas and pizzas that really makes me probably everyone a lot tired after they eat so and there are a lot of breakfast food groups that are the same way too I'm more fruit coffee and egg kind of person the classic
That's a pretty good shot.
Cash have to keep it as safe
Yeah. I'll be happy with this. I don't think Drew can see this.
oh he's gone trying
Is
to
this
mess
his
safe
playing cue?
yeah
Oh wow. So he must be barely hooked, so he's just jumping with his playing cue. Yeah.
whoa
It's very difficult. Like I've always had a really hard time jumping with my playing cue.
See, I've seen some people do, especially when it's something like that, or even just to masse around the ball.
Right.
Because you don't really need your jump cue to masse. You could, in a sense, use your playing cue.
Yeah.
So I wonder if maybe, but with how long of a shot it was, trying to get just a little bit nice, easy, short jump.
Like I like jumping with my break cue, with a full cue.
I guess the weight make the difference when, or
It's
is
just
it,
the
it's awkward in
the
length.
tip of your cue.
Yeah.
You don't usually shoot with a really hard tip, and that's the hard tip transfers energy a lot better. Well, not exactly where he wanted here, but I imagine you can just shoot this with a nice smooth draw, end up around middle table, and just uh, go around three and four rails. Or you can just go straight forward and come across and get straight. Bad thing about this is a tough shot, man. Like, really tough to judge when you're drawing, 7 feet into like 4-inch position, like where good position is. So we'll see how he's hitting them. And these kind of draw shots is where it's tough to have a really good transition in the classic sense. I still did a really good job with that smooth transition, but didn't get nearly as much as he wanted.
I definitely would try to draw back almost even to that very first diamond in that corner. And just even, I mean, you're still going to come at it at an angle, but get you a little bit closer with it. I think if you draw back any farther, you're going to worry about that cue ball just keep rolling and scratching that pocket in a way.
Alright.
That's a fun drill. Putting a ball and your draw has to go all the way back into the next pocket.
Oh, yeah, that's Mighty X, essentially. Yeah. That's a really good drill. Shooting long draw shots, long straight draw shots. That'll really help your stroke. He's gonna play it safe, trying to block this with the 10. It looks like.
Hit a little bit rough,
Just
a
tried to
little
hit
hard.
Yeah, just tried to get it up to the top rail. I mean, he did okay for where he was at, but well, I don't know. I can't tell if this 9 is blocking him full ball or not. Must be.
Yeah, if you look up on the big TV.
Yeah, he's going for the jump cue.
I mean, he's still going to want to call that pocket, but I think in this kind of way, it's just mainly just worry about hitting that ball. Because of how
at
it's all
this
sitting.
At this point, you just gotta try to jump this ball right in. It's not too much about it. You just kind of have to go for it,
Oh,
shot.
beautiful. Great jump. With the lead.
Yeah, it gets good lead too.
I bet that's a good feel good moment even right now in this kind of game, It's not even so much making getting that nice clean jump, but even just making the ball with the jump and getting your weave is just showing that you're like, okay, you're confident.
Right.
Get yourself reset.
It's just always nice to make those jumps.
Yeah. Nice job by Drew. Getting him.
Just wants to win one game at a time. You just see how much you can come back.
I think a lot of it too is like what I said earlier. It doesn't really matter if that last ball truly drops. This game's not over.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
I know a lot of people
I've
say,
seen people come back 10 games.
Yep. They're like, oh, this person's on the hill. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? I think now it's really like we talk about pressure, and the pressure starts in. But at this point, you're like, okay, do I finally give, or do I really, really push and try
you're
my
not
best?
going to concede the match, but
No, but you might just not play as you're strong suited to. By some point, sometimes. I feel like some people, when they see that, they're just like, oh, this is just not going my way.
it's easy to do.
Try break, but really can't see that one ball though.
Yeah. This is a tricky table no matter what you look at here.
try to play it as a push, maybe kicking it up your short rail and coming back down to that one ball. Because you have so much room right there.
See, I don't mind pushing it or playing a push out up towards where this 10 is, just up towards the head rail like he's doing, because the two ball. Leave him a nice tough shot on the one, but the two ball is also pretty tough. So.
See, what he was doing was kind of like we said, you're taking the push. I was saying, even if he did that a little harder to actually take that one ball, that was my thought. Which same direction and change of what it was supposed to be looking
You would
like.
never push out the shot if the two ball was open.
Yeah. Looks like Drew is taking it, trying to play with it.
Good shot. Center pocket. Now he can safe behind this 8 ball, assuming he can just barely miss this 3 or this 5 rather. He's cutting it a different way. See what he does. He did play it the way I
Safe.
thought.
Get on the other side of the 5 ball though. Looks like.
Yeah, but here Cash can just face bank this up, just kind of flat up and down, and then try to get his cue ball back over to the top side of the table, 2 rails across. Doesn't want to have too much top on this is all. Because he'll just bank this 2 up past the 7 essentially, and then he's got the 7-3-6 to hide himself once he comes back across underneath the 5. We'll see if he plays it that way. Oh, he didn't. That was a talented way to shoot that shot. That was very interesting.
Goosebumps. Little chilly willy. Oh, nice try by Drew. Still making contact on that ball.
Might not have left him a look at the pot. We'll see. Oh, he must have left him a look at the potting angle. Interesting. You may have to just jack up on this a little bit and pop it in.
I think you could see it just enough past that 10.
Yeah,
Maybe.
he can see it big.
But now he's worried about probably going to get around to get that 3 of those for sure. I mean, but yeah, like you said, just jack up a little bit and try to maybe come off that 2 rail it almost.
He's able to just come off it with a little top outside and stay on the 3. I thought he had to just pop it in a little bit.
So I was thinking going up here.
That's tough. Yeah, he must have gotten like just dead straight on this 3 ball.
Yeah.
Now he was just looking at if he just plays a stop shot to play a safety next, and I assume that's probably what he's gonna do. Just play a stop shot, play a safe on the floor. Oh, he rattled it.
Nice try though. I mean, that was definitely not an easy shot either with that 7 and 6 ball where they were at and how he set his cue ball after that 2 shot.
Right. He'll be disappointed in that though. He kind of, I didn't, obviously, unless I had a replay, I wouldn't be able to tell for sure, but I felt like he may have moved on it. Like,
Yeah, I think I turned instant
kind of
replay off.
had a arm movement of some sort. I don't know for sure though. You'd have to rewatch it. That's okay.
No, I'm just seeing if I had it off. Yeah, I turned it off.
There again, he's up off the ball pretty fast. Safety behind the 5. Bank this 4 up towards the 7. Probably, unless he decides to do something else.
Looking starts to get a little quiet, you can hear people that are yelling at each other about stuff, and it's like everyone turns their head and looks.
Yeah. Nice, really long drag shot, essentially. Just trying to play a stop shot, but with like really low English, so you can hit it way softer. Yeah, just like that. Good shot.
Nice shot by Cash, really getting around on that ball. Made it pretty difficult for Drew to even be able to see it. Looks like he's trying to figure out how he wants to play that.
The good players with that shot, like, they know exactly how this table plays just by seeing that shot. You know, like, oh yeah, he's able to do that. I know exactly how fast this table plays.
Yep.
Like, it's kind of funny how you can just know some things. Oh, I thought he almost kicked that in. That was a good try. Sold out though. Might be Drew's last chance at the table there.
Never know.
Oh yeah.
Because Cash has been making a few mistakes as well, even. I think a little bit with Cash, especially being a young player. I think a lot of young players still struggle with this. I know I do. Pressure on the shot. It's not even as the match is going, but you know that last few shots you get down to is when the pressure you don't even think about that you're like, oh, the pressure doesn't bother me. I think mentally, even just in the back of your head, it starts to get to you a little bit.
Yeah, it can definitely get to you.
I think like he showed earlier.
My favorite feeling in pool when you're like about to win a tournament, like you could be 5-6 balls away, but they're just there, and you're like, yeah, you can just kind of let yourself have the moment a little bit because you know it's kind of locked up for you.
Yeah, because you made it already there.
The worst feeling is when you screw it up. Screw it up, and you get on this 8-ball perfectly, and you're like, nice, and then you dodge.
Yeah,
That's the worst feeling.
I think that's happening to both of these guys a little bit this evening. You know, they're really getting some good shape on balls, get a few good rolls, but then they're just dogging it.
There's been some good shots made, and
oh yeah, even some few great jumps by both these players. I mean, really making.
Yeah, and
all different.
And both players have had some really clean runs as well. Like Cash has had some runs that were just never a doubt, and then Drew's had a couple of them that were real nice.
It makes a difference. I
But
mean,
then there's been like half the other games that were like they missed a shot.
Or they're missing more than just one or two. And you're like, what are you guys doing over here? Because then you're like looking at it almost in a way, these are such great players, but yet they're going back and forth on missing even the easiest shots. And I think that gets a little bit frustrating at times, especially probably for them. And they're just like, come on, I can do this. And I think they have to remind themselves of that pretty often.
Well, and Cash has handled himself a lot better than he has in previous years. As far as when he would miss a shot. In this match, he has been able to get right back in there and go sink that really long shot after he's missed an easy shot.
Be interesting to see. How old's Cash?
He's 19.
Oh, he's only 19, so okay. Yeah, so it'll be great to see him coming up throughout the next couple years. I mean, as a fairly still young player.
Oh, leaves himself a toughie to close it out.
Doesn't get that ball dropped.
He was a long way off there. Just wanted to make it.
I kick it.
Interesting. I kick it. Kick save.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like you're gonna. I would not try to cut this, but like me, like do a little.
He'll cut this. Right in. Good shot.
Oh, you can see him starting to quake.
Yeah, Cash. Congratulations, Cash. He really played his best game. Really played well in that match.
Yeah.
Made a lot of crucial shots. Really nice clean outs.
He definitely got a lot of the great rolls tonight, and really
Alrighty. Well,
Yep.
thank you guys for watching.
Yeah.
Make sure to tune in for the next one.
Yeah, thanks for everyone watching tonight. Thanks to Ty for coming down and doing some great commentating. Great always to hear from a good player like him, and we're gonna call it a night. So good night. Catch us next time on the Piazzas probably again. Here whenever they do another match.